Good evening, guys. Welcome to the stream. Another Saturday evening. Let's see who's popped in here. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. Hey, Guardian, good to see you too. And we have also Shannon in the house. Good to see you. How are you doing, guys? I hope you had a great week. Mine has been pretty good, actually. I can't complain. Yes, Guardian, I will fix that immediately. There we go. Hey, Mark, good to see you, brother. And Mark, I sent you the link to your email as usual. And we have Sandy Serenity Corner in the house. Good to see you. How are you guys doing? Okay, Mark, good to know. Hey, Guardian, good to see you again.
Hey, Shadow. Hello to everybody in the chat. Hope that everybody's doing well.
Yeah, I hope so too, because I'm doing pretty good actually, so I can't complain about that anyway.
Lovely, Shadow. That's that. You sound genuinely honest about that, and it's rare to hear that somebody's doing like genuinely great. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Do you want to share some of the good news with us?
Hey, Thor. Good to see you, brother.
As I saw Thor's message pop up, a mug dropped in my lounge. Maybe I think it's a good omen. So good to see you, Thor. I hope that you're being well.
Yeah. Well, I got rid of the flu pretty quick, so that was good at least. So this is the first week I have been at work, so that was really nice. So I can't complain about that. It's good to be back at work. I don't like to be sick.
Yeah, I think it can really, a person's job satisfaction with what they're doing as well can really change like the whole paradigm of your existence, if you want to see it that way. Like it's pretty interesting. It definitely matters to do something that you find passion in, and that you're enthusiastic about doing your day-to-day activities as well. I think that having a good job like that makes you feel confident and comfortable, and can really go a far way. So yeah, job satisfaction is a huge thing.
Yeah, I agree with that. So, and I have been looking forward to my stream today, and I'm always looking forward to my streams. They are so fun, and I enjoy them. It's because I can see you guys again. So that's awesome.
Yeah, so I live in a bit of a remote area as well, and due to not drinking, it also not due to drinking like alcohol. A lot of, as with everyone globally, a lot of people drink quite often. So because Kay and I don't drink, it makes it quite difficult to grow your social circle. And I think at this stage in life, when you're in the middle of your life as well, so many people are just busy. People just have other stuff to do, and because they're busy and stuff, it's hard to make those bonds and friendships. So when it comes to a Saturday evening and having these live streams, it feels like you could say like a nice coffee bar or somewhere that we can all just socialize and gather, and I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and CR says it's fun because GP is here with us.
No, I'm just here to fill the empty voids when there's nobody talking.
PV is in the house. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Preparedness Veteran, good to see you. Hi.
I'm going to do like this straight away so I don't forget it. There you go, PV, as usual. You know the drill. Today's topic for this stream is how to bug out with your family when they can't keep up with you. Um, and the reason for that is I came up with this is I was thinking if some of your family members can keep up with your speed, you will manage pretty good. But what happens with those family members who can't keep up the same speed as you do? That will be a little bit of a problem.
Room for a small one.
Hey, PB, good to see you.
Hey,
Good evening,
folks.
brother.
All right.
Yeah, it's good to see you. It's how's your weekend been so far?
Yeah, busy. I've been out today doing sort of a big
Hey,
showcase
show me gold, family.
charity work this weekend.
Welcome to the stream.
Lovely. Yeah, it's always a good thing to be able to get into a community and be able to be part of any sort of charities that are out there. I always try and encourage others as well to get behind it, and it's quite incredible what difference you can make if you're willing to just put effort in. So yeah, tip my hat to that.
Yeah, a lot of time. I'm spending a lot of time that over the weeks and months involved in this charity. So, but
Hey, I'm Firehorse. Good to see you, ma'am.
everyone contributes. It all builds up, doesn't it? So, yeah, good.
I really have it on my heart to try and really start a bit of a engagement with the community and the community at large, just to try and advocate for people to grow more. I think it's just because it's been an obsession for the last year, but to just grow more like food, like to just try and propagate more trees locally, so that the people that are living on the streets that don't have much to turn to, that they at least have like the option of being able to like have some food, because we've got people here, and it's really something that not many people realize, but here in South Africa we still have people that walk the streets every time that on Thursdays everybody puts their trash out. And when they put the garbage out in the streets, there's like a lot of people that go along like inside the communities as well, and they go through the trash bags and pick out things that you'd be surprised. And I'll actually tell you guys, I haven't spoken about this online anywhere, but and we'll move to the topic soon as well. But it's just something where I legitimately have got a really bad story. About a month ago, you're actually so it is a bit of a dark story too, but there was a youngster that was in the community that was looking for food, and he came across a bottle, and the bottle itself had, it had poison in it. And because it was a bottle that was basically unmarked,
Hey,
and all it
Marines
said on the bottle,
Army, mom. Good to see you, ma'am.
it said COOL, so it basically said cool on the bottle. So they mistook it for cool drink, and the youngster passed away. So that's how desperate some of the
Hey,
situations
Prepper for the Ages. Good to see you, ma'am.
What did it have in it? Do you know?
Hey, Nick Mueller. Good to see you.
Not sure what poison it was, man.
We used to get, when I was in Germany, we used to get on bin day, we used to get all the Turkish go through all the bins just before the bin men would come round. Yeah, same sort of thing. I've never seen it over here in this area though. Yeah, it used to be a common thing over there. I mean, you get some people, Eastern Europeans especially, they completely different mentality from the Western Europeans. They, like cars, for instance, they'll keep their cars going forever and ever and ever. Whereas Western mentality is they'll buy a car, keep it for 5 to 6 years, and get rid of it. And likewise with trash and things like that. Yeah, people in this place here, we just throw away everything willy-nilly, and no one's bothered as long as it's out of sight, out of mind, Whereas the Eastern Europeans, they'll keep things going, rehash things, cannibalize it, and etc. Keep it going for as long as possible. That mentality in the West has diminished drastically ever since, I don't know, 60s sort of era, when all the sort of the people in World War II started to die off, I suppose. And the make do and mend attitude is sort of gone now. It might come back. Depends how flush people are, desperate people are, and how austere things are. But there's a lot of waste out there.
So, PB, what do you think about today's topic? How to bug out with your family when they can't keep up with you?
This can be quite a quick topic, actually. Get fit. However,
Well,
if we drill
I
into
was
the
thinking,
weeds,
if you have some of your family members can keep up your speed, but you don't even have a car, and then you have the other members who don't move that quick as you guys do, that will create a certain problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, I don't know, if we take a family of 4, wife, husband.
Hey, Katie, good to see
Let's
you.
say teenage daughter, let's say 4-year-old boy, and you've got to evacuate, then obviously,
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mark. How you doing? Obviously, they're not going to be able to all keep up. They've got different fitness levels, different alert levels, different awareness levels, and all this sort of stuff. So people have got a plan for this. And I think the crucial thing has got to be, you obviously have got a target location in mind. For instance, if it's a creeping event, something's coming, and you've got time to evacuate to your said location, whether that be a hotel, friends and family, dedicated alternate location, bug out location, many people call it. In that respect, you can plan for that quite easily. You can get a tiered system of vehicles. If the vehicle breaks down, you go. Let's say you got a camper van, for instance. You've thought about this and planned it all out. And your camper van contains, everything you need to evacuate to your location in one trip without refueling, for instance. And along the way, you break down or crash or get hijacked or whatever. You can go to, you get your bikes out, start pedaling to your location. If they get punctured or completely out of action, then you can eventually walk. So that sort of mentality, or, some of these bug out routine may consist of get a taxi or jump on a bus or train, whatever. It depends on the speed of the situation, but you can sort of plan for that and you can pre-plan it. On the other hand, if it's a really flash event and you've literally, we're going out the door in 5 minutes, go, or 30 seconds, we're off, grab your kids, grab everything, you need to grab hold of, your bug out bags and out the door, then I think that sort of scenario is slightly different in terms of the extent in which you go to safety. That I suggest that sort of safety, that sort of event would be in terms of your priority just to get to safety, whether that be 100 meters or a kilometer or whatever. But just get out of the danger zone, and then you can pause, gather your thoughts, and plan your next move, sort of thing. For instance, if you're living on the beachfront in Indonesia and a tsunami is coming, then that would be that sort of a scenario. But yeah,
I was thinking more of a SHTF scenario.
In terms of a natural disaster, or
it could be a long-term grid down.
Right. Okay. So we're in the luxury of time and so on. You can plan that sort of thing as well.
If you're trying to get your whole group together to get out as fast as you can, you're only going to be as fast as your slowest walker, runner, or whatever.
Yeah, it's always going to come down to the levels of speed in which
Hey, Alicia.
Someone is always going to be slower.
Yep.
No matter what unit you're in, what family group you're in, what group you're in, etc., etc.
Alicia,
So
good to see you.
I was saying that you can mitigate against that sort of thing. Pair up with the strongest person or a strong faster person with a known slower person.
Yeah, put the 18-year-old with grandma, so at least
Yeah.
the 18-year-old can help grandma get going.
Yeah, so the more capable they should be able to carry more load. You can distribute the loads out a lot better. You can keep an eye on each other, have some sort of buddy system going. It's it will still come down to the speed in which someone can walk.
Yeah, and your mode of movement matters because, if you're in a car or a whole bunch of cars or one big vehicle or, motorcycles or bicycles or walking or, it all depends on how you're ready to go. If you have a mix of stuff, like you have a bunch of people that don't fit in your small car, but you can get all the supplies in there and a couple people on bicycles, okay, just give them a little bit to get through and make sure you have short, if you're going a long distance, have short distance meetup places to make sure everybody's okay. That gives you enough time to go back and find somebody if they're 10 minutes late. You don't want to say, okay, 50 kilometers, we'll meet here. And then all of a sudden you get there and 4 hours later, they're not there. Now you got to backtrack the whole 50 kilometers to figure out what happened, where'd they go. If it's only if it's like 2 or 3 clicks, then you can, you get ahead with the vehicle, you stop, you set up a little bit, you wait, and hopefully you got communication going. If not, okay, you're just waiting. And then if they're not there in a certain period of time, you at least know that short distance to backtrack, which 2 or 3 clicks ain't that far. It still is if you're on foot, but if you're in a car, not so much. But you also don't really want to have to go backtracking because that's just going to tear up your fuel or however you're getting there and make it take longer. So a lot of there's so many variables on that. It all depends on what how you're getting out and do you have a plan. And if you don't have a plan, it's like, okay, we're going to meet here and it's 30 kilometers away. You're going to take this route. I'm going to take this route, or we're both going to take the same route. And I'm only going to go, a kilometer or two, and I'm going to slow down and wait for you to catch up. Once I can see you coming, I'm going to keep moving. If I don't see you coming, I'll wait an extra 5-10 minutes, try to go back and see what happened. If I can't find you anywhere, well, guess what? At least you have a meeting place. You might have had to take a detour, So I'm going to head out and wait for you there, and hopefully they get there.
Yeah, you can make if people have got the luxury of actually being together from the start. That's they're on to a winner straight away. If you got a predetermined meetup point in the event of an alert or anything like that, it's slightly more difficult, like you said there. You can organise points in which you're going to get yourself to immediate safety and then wait for the group to RV. But from then on, if you are on foot still, then you can make things easier for yourself. There are things out there, good, well-fitting shoes for a start off. All these things aren't what I'm talking about now is basically for the listeners out there is, things that you can do beforehand to make you put you on a good footing, so to speak, before you have to do it. So,
yeah,
a good set of footwear that you're used to that's not going to give you blisters, something you've worn before. You're not going to be putting on brand new hiking boots or whatever it is that's going to cripple or shred your feet in the first 5 minutes. That's just stupid. Things like
Hey, Explore with Meg, good to see you.
Like I said, buddy people up, a strong one on a weaker one. Always go to the slowest person's pace within reason. That would dictate if the danger is that bad and the whole group's going to die, then you're cool. But people can look at things like, if one person in the family group, for instance, is responsible for making the bug out bags, and normally it's the father who's the big strong leader and all this sort of stuff, who knows everything and he's the outdoorsy type person. The kids aren't too worried because they're teenagers and stuff, and the wife's not bothered because she's busy doing things. Then you got to look at the size of each bag that people have got to carry if they're going to carry one. People can get things to. You don't have to carry it at all, really. You could get a trolley cart or something like this to pull it along behind you. which will help speed and ease the load for people moving on foot. There's plenty of hunting type load trolleys that can be load carts that can be pulled along behind you or pushed in front of you and stuff like this. The thing it will come down to a couple of factors, I think. Yeah, manageable weights, CR, it says there. Age, fitness level, injury level, and it might come down to things like people might think they're the strongest member of the group, the fastest member, etc., etc. It might be, but all it takes is for them to start developing blisters through, not wearing correct footwear, not used to the footwear, or they may even get injured in the actual SHTF event, or whilst in the immediate early stages of walking out. Simple things: twisted ankle, sprained ankle, you've overstretched, you've jumped over a ditch and landed wrong, you've got an eye, you've got a tree stump or a tree twig or something in the eyeball because you've been trying to move at night.
Yeah,
it's difficult. And then again, if you are literally with someone who is disabled from the start, or is injured from the start, or is elderly, then that's a real problem, because people got to face facts. If they, your 90-year-old grandmother, for instance, she can't exactly walk anywhere, can she? Unless they're exceptional. So what are you going to do? You can plan for that, I suppose. You could make an evacuation cart or get a motorized scooter, or difficult. The easiest thing is to get some bikes, basically, or know where to get the bikes. Beg, borrow, steal, or make, or get your own bikes. That's the easiest, probably, form of transport that you could use over most terrain.
And then it falls into what kind of event is it? Like
yeah.
Sharon said, if it's a tsunami, okay, you have a short-term plan. Like, okay, we need to get to the high ground. Here's your 2 high ground points, whatever you're closest to. Get to that one. We'll figure out how to meet up once you get there. Or, okay, we're all in the same general area all the time. Let's meet at this high ground. And if it's some raging fire or something that's taken over your area, okay, get out. I don't care how you get out. Just get out, but just try to get either upwind or sidewind from the fire. Don't go downwind. And then
that's the stupid thing you can do.
Yeah,
go
and
downwind.
we'll try to, you're running away from a fire as it's coming at you. Yeah, it's just like we learned that in life-saving class in the ocean, and that you got a rip current that's pulling you out to sea. Don't try to swim straight back in. You'll just tire out and die. Go sideways. You're still going out a little bit, but go sideways. Once you're not getting pulled out any further, then swim back in or call for help, whatever. Anyway, so it all depends on what kind of event it is. If it's a fire, get away and have a plan. Okay, wherever you are, go sidewind or upwind from it. And then we'll try to meet at this place, this place, this place, or this place, depending on which way the fire went. And you just have to be able to figure out where the fire went and where you are. Same with floods and stuff like that. If you get separated in a flood on either side of a river or either side of something, you just need to have a couple locations to go. You may be by yourself. You may be with everybody but one person. You don't know. But you just got to try to, you can't plan for everything. But if you don't plan for anything, you're planning to fail at everything. That makes sense, right?
Yeah,
yeah, that makes sense. Definitely.
We used to adopt, when we was on sort of one of our contingency plans, if you had to bug out in the army under certain circumstances, you'd pre-plan beforehand a series of target lines.
Hey, Sean, good to see you, man.
And this can be done fairly easily in the planning phase of anyone's house or location, and in which you say, okay, you look at a map, the immediate, 1 hour down the road, we'll hit this line here. So you got some sort of target to reach. You know that the sort of pace you're going at, the pace you're likely to hit for the slowest person, and then you can gauge and plan the whole rest of your route based on that.
Hey, Bob. Good to see you.
Hey, Bob. You know, hydration plays a big part of it. Water's heavy, as someone mentioned there. Yep. Having sufficient stops and rest, so that anyone who's lagging behind can recover. You might end up carrying these people. And
also, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Welcome, Scottish Prepper 73. Good to see you.
And the morale factor of being the slowest person isn't great at all either. You've got to not just keep him in the distance. Hey, Bob.
What's up, Bob?
Hey, Bob.
It's nothing worse than lagging right behind, and then the rest of the group in front of you stop. You catch up to them, and they speed off again. We'll keep together. The big morale factor is a key thing, because if you constantly play on the mind of the slowest person, they're just going to get demoralized and they'll just go downhill from there quickly.
And there will always be that nobody wants to talk about decision of, okay, this one person who's part of our group, or even if they're part of your family and something catastrophic happens, then they can't move at all. Do you all stay there with one person, or do you make that unfortunate executive religious decision, however you want to call it, to, okay, we need to save as many as we can here? I mean, it depends on the situation, but do we need to save as many people as we can here? And here's a day or two's worth of food. Here's something to protect yourself. We'll try to come back and get you here after something settles down. Here, hide here, type of thing. And you've seen that in movies and that. That's always the hardest. You never want to make that decision. But
hey, Vanessa Kitty, good to see you, man.
It may come to it, and you don't know that, and nobody wants to think about it. Neither do I. But I mean, if there's only two of you and one of you breaks down, it's like, okay, where's my priorities here? Is it with my wife? Yeah, screw it. I'm staying. We'll figure it out right here, because she can't move anymore, and I'm going to stay here as long as I can.
You raise
hard one.
Yeah, that is a very good point to raise as well. I think that it's a topic, just in general, the topic that we're talking about is one where this definitely, the reality of a lot of these type of scenarios that have also happened in the past, and looking at how things have been played out as well. The problem is when it comes down to, a specific individual not being, fast enough or being able to really keep up with the rest of the group. Only if that happens enough time, you have no more group left. What I'm saying is, obviously what happens is the slowest, you leave the slowest behind, you leave the slowest behind, you leave the slowest behind. Eventually what happens is every single time that you're leaving us like this, and I know that that's not what you're saying at all, Magic. I know that that's not what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, I know, but you've got to reiterate, you know what I mean? I just want to make sure that we're on the same page as well with it, because it's important for every single time that you're losing a person, you're losing so much knowledge and resources.
And every time if you're in a group, every time you have to make that decision, it could turn ugly between the group and not necessarily the one person that can't go any further. But that turns into battles, fights, and splitting apart, and just anger, and just bad things can happen when a group, say of 10 people, and one of them, you're all friends with it, but it's a relative of somebody else. It's like, look, I can't keep taking this we can't keep dragging this person along. We're never going to get there. We're all going to have issues. We'll never get there, and that could turn into, certain people are just like, I can't do that. I will never do that. It's not the godly thing to do. And I understand. And that is like the largest mental stress problem that anybody could ever make a decision on. It's like pulling the plug on somebody, in the hospital where they're brain dead, and you don't want to pull the plug, and, making that decision, you live with that decision your whole life then, or the rest of your life. So, and it's not something I'm going to say, okay, figure it out now. No, it's just something to think about, that you may have to make some kind of decision similar to that. I mean, you might have to leave your pet behind, and you don't want to leave your German Shepherd behind. He's got a busted foot and a cast on. He can't keep up. You don't want to try to make that decision. You don't ever want to make it.
Yeah, so I think a lot of the time when it comes to the family dynamic about it as well, it really comes down to the things that people don't often talk about. If you're going to be crossing through like mucky terrain and dirty terrain at all, and you're going to be going across like rivers as well that are not always the cleanest as well spaces, and it's going to be rainy and dirty. There's things that like if you get in, I know it's a topic that people don't bring up, and it's like, why would that come up? But in the topic like this and a subject like this rather, things that come down to the way that really have impacted and affected people as well. You got to look at that when you're doing like long-term hiking and camping. People's shoes break very often, and I'm not like really, I'm being very serious about this. So you've got to make sure that for your whole family, like you need, like you basically, so the person's got to make sure that like they have high quality shoes, hiking boots or something like that, preferably. Something that's going to last for a long time. Also something that you pay for what you get for, unfortunately, when it does come to certain types of hiking boots. So hiking boots for each family member that you have, and ones as well that can last for a really long time. And then the capability that when you're on the go, you have the capacity as well to repair those boots and repair the shoes with various, you've got super glues as well. You've got different amounts of tape with you that can come really, really good handy. Eventually when the shoes do break. Socks are so important because you can get, like, if you get foot infections, that's the end of it. You can also because if your idea, and which it should be, is to have a very large community and then travel if you need to with that entire large community. You don't want to have a community you don't want to have a group that's so small that you've got to start leaving people behind, dripping people. Like that's...
No, I think what you really need to do is, on this side, yeah. You really need to look at how people operate back when, nomadic people, for real. You need to look at how they do it. And they don't leave people behind. And they, if you look, as an example, the traveling like gypsies, they're a more modern, so they squat now and stuff like that. But the way they used to travel in their little caravans and things like that, they were whole communities traveling around. And even here in South Africa, where we had more nomadic people like the Khoisan and the Xhosas and so on, if you look just at how they were doing it, they weren't leaving their elderly behind or their disabled. They were including them in if you can drag a thing, drag it. Let people be
make
used
a litter
to
and carry them.
Hey, Texas Raider, good to see you, brother.
So just quickly, two things that'll help you a lot that people don't think about if you're traveling with families, aside from the boots. It's also really handy to make sure that somebody mentioned it earlier. I think was it you, Shadow, or Chef Tech? One of the two of you mentioned the capability for them to carry their own, I think it was Chef Tech, to carry their own backpacks as well, to Bugout bags according to their size and their capability. That is a very brilliant point. Hey, welcome in, Boat. Good to see you. So that's also very important. But then two things quickly. So things that people, I'll mention one of them for now as well, but and maybe the one perhaps a bit later. But something that you don't always think about is if you get ear infections and you have vertigo, it becomes extremely difficult for any member of your team as well, or your community, to be able to move along with you, because it's extremely difficult for them to be able to move around. So having things like eardrops, which sound really silly, but legitimately as part of your first aid, you should have your first aid covering a large amount of different various things, from things that people don't even always want to talk about, which is my second one was going to be that, but it's a bit of an embarrassing topic, so I won't even go there right now. And it's not gender specific. It's legitimately for everybody. It's what happens when you sit on cold things for long enough, all right? That's all I'm going to say about it. And then the other thing that you need to do is things for your ear infections, because that vertigo that you'll struggle from is a really, really bad thing to, and just freshen up on your first aid courses as well. And then you have the capability to use it. So it's not just there, and there's so many different functions to each part of your first aid kit. So if you are carrying the first aid kit, it's good to customize it and obviously have it as versatile as possible.
You have a good point there, Guardian. Definitely.
It's a very good topic, and it's a realistic one that people need to think about. So I love it.
Yeah, because we all at some point will will get into that situation that we all have family members, family. And some of us can keep up, but some of us can't. So if you have to bug out and there because of the danger in the area, and if you have counted that would take, let's say, 2 hours from point A to point B, and if you have slower members, that you will might double that time to get from point A to point B. And that increases the danger of getting attacked, and it increases the danger of being spotted. So
the main thing is to get out the threat zone as quick as possible, maximum effort with everyone you've got with you, obviously at the slowest person speed, and once you're out of the immediate danger, then you can take stock of what you got and implement where you're going to go next. A lot slower pace because you're out of the immediate sort of danger area or danger zone or threat area. And if you have to make a stretcher, that's always the option. Hey, Daryl.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Daryl. Good to see you.
It's quite a good.
I agree, PV. Now,
yeah,
make a litter and carry them. You're going to have to.
Yeah. It's quite a good book I read. I'll have to dig a name bit up. Can't remember it offhand. It was about. It was a planned event. It was about a family who went across the river border, North Korea, into China, and the evacuation process was it was over a couple of weeks long, and they eventually had to go through forests and wilderness and jungle just to get out. And it's not just a case of getting across the river.
Hey, Rod. Good to see you.
Once they escaped the immediate sort of threat zone of the North Korean guards, they were in the area where there was like a 30 to 40 mile buffer area on the Chinese border, in which all the Chinese who were living there got paid a bonus if they told the authorities where people were. They got a bounty for each person they dobbed in. So they're living under the radar. They're trying to get out on foot all the way down to the Vietnam area. A long way. They do real, and it's in quite good accounts in these sorts of books. I'll dig one out because I bought it off Amazon. I'll let you know the name of it in a minute.
Good evening, all.
Hey, Daryl. Good to see you, brother.
Welcome in.
Shadow, thanks for having us on. Good evening, everybody on the chat and the panel. Good evening, everybody in the chat. You guys were talking about people being slow. Sorry, guys. You guys are so fast, to catch up. I just caught up with you guys. You're not really fit and healthy. So thanks for waiting for us.
Right, here we go. So it's quite a good little book. It's not a very big book. It's not, a couple of 100 pages, 264 pages. It's called Go West, and it's called A Memoir for My Sons, Our Family Journey and the Khmer Rouge Life Experiences. And it's about this family who basically bugged out, really, and how they did it and what went on. True story. There's been loads of that sort of accounts. I mean, in Second World War, the evacuation of Burma on foot, loads of people died through dysentery.
Yeah.
Stuff like this. Lack of hygiene. Like Guardian said earlier, a good first aid kit with the likely things you're going to encounter. Everything from an eye patch. I keep mentioning eye patches and eye injuries because I've seen multiple people at night walk into trees and get a twig or a branch in the eyeball. And that's just literally put them out of action all night. So eye patches, blister kits, the basics of strapping ankles up, pain relief, I made a mistake. Well, I didn't make a mistake. A group of 4 of us, went on a 30-miler over the South Wales hills, and one guy had bad blisters 20 odd miles into it. Everyone's saying 10 miles to go, 10 miles to go. You literally, if blisters are that bad, the pain is serious. People underestimate blisters, and none of us in the group had any pain relief left. Basic stuff like paracetamol, acetaminophen, as you call it, and it would have made all the difference. Even things like ibuprofen or naproxen, the basic sort of over-the-counter pain relief medications, second skin type stuff, mole skin. There's a whole host of anti-blister measures you can do and foot care measures you can do. And hot spots, even they can be real bad to walk in. It plays on your mind, and all you can think about is they're just going to get worse and worse and worse. I've heard stories of people cutting the backs of their boots off to alleviate the pressure, so their foot doesn't rub on anything. So they, it's bad, and it's all down to lack of practice, lack of wearing proper boots or footwear, lack of planning your route, lack of time frames in which you're going to hit, lack of people might not even known their route.
Yeah.
Hey, Jaron, I got to pop out and pop back in. I'm switching from my iPad to my computer.
Okay, no problem.
So it's also, what you say makes a lot of sense in terms of also understanding what has happened in the past, preparedness veteran. I think that's very relevant to look at. It is always the best way for us to understand.
Yeah, I'm there twice.
Yes, twice in battleship.
The heck is going on there? Yeah, boot that one out of here. Hey, I don't like that raccoon. He's ugly, and he don't know how to cook.
No, there are worse people to have duplicates of. I can guarantee you that, Chef. So
there we go.
Yeah, and VK, I agree. It is. I think it is obviously going to be important to realize that fitness and health as well are things that can be temporary, if not taken care of as well. They definitely are slipping away from all of us, like as we speak. So it's like something that we've got to be very mindful on, and like just take care of anybody in any sort of scenario, like any health conditions as well, because you never know when it's going to be you that like in that whole term of leaving no man behind. Eventually, it could just be you that the group needs to leave behind as well.
Yeah,
so it's
exactly. Yeah, there'll always be someone slower.
Yeah, exactly. Specifically, if there's a bear.
There's when people are planning any sort of route on foot for evacuation, they should take into account the speed in which it's going to take at the slowest person's pace as well, so that they know their target times and when they're going to get somewhere. But I mean, if you know there's someone, if you know you got someone disabled, someone old, someone really young who can't autonomously look after themselves, then plan into your factor it in, get a bike for them, get a trolley for them, a pull cart or something like this.
Yeah, you have to improvise. Yeah,
exactly. Because if you don't, then it's literally they become a bit of a burden on the speed in which you can get away. Yeah, I say burden, but you don't want to be the burden. And like Shadow Guardian says, at some point everybody's going to be the slowest man if you keep dropping them off.
Yeah.
So, but also, when it comes down, I'm just going to read quickly the comment there. Using our So, in recent times, and in reflection of what's occurring globally, I feel that whole. I need to revise that statement. That is said, when it's like it's like a moral, like a life story kind of thing. It says at first they came for the Jews, and I said nothing, and then they came for the gents. Look, what's the whole thing as well correctly? But basically, when you stop, when people are, being,
Hey, Second Star, good to see you.
when people are being basically secluded from society in any way, what
Gentiles.
what essentially happens is, if you don't speak up for the little guy, eventually you're the little guy. I'll actually look up quickly what that to say it correctly, and then I'll be right back with it.
It's mismanagement of the group. If you are so pig-headed, hell-bent on getting away, and you know that part of your group or family are lagging behind, then I think you deserve to be the victim as opposed to them, because what sort of morality issue is that? They should all stick together.
Yeah.
And
I think Assad just done that, didn't he? Anyway, sorry.
Assad,
Yeah, he just legged it from Syria.
well, yeah, he's gone to
He
Russia.
goes back. He'll get in a lot of trouble if he goes back.
Oh yeah, if he goes back, they'll kill him. But yeah, every when I was in the army, every sort of ruck, I'll use the term ruck because I use different terms. Ruck, tab, yomp, whatever when you call it, it's the route march that we used to do. We always used to have a safety wagon. And
Hey, yesterday, Ortega, good to see you, man.
you call it the Jap wagon. And if you're on a 9 miler, say 15 miler, whatever it is, 30, 40 miler in some cases, then you're trying to keep a pace. There's only so much that you can encourage someone before they just haven't got anything left in the tank. People say it's psychological. It is to a certain extent. Physicality does play into it. You can only be so physically capable before you got nothing left in the tank, and that's it. You're gone, done. So people have got to recognise the early signs of someone falling back. If fatigue is the problem, or injury is the problem.
Yeah.
And I think that's obviously something that happens to us, specifically as a person who goes through life and starts seeing more things from an introspective kind of way as well. It comes down to understanding, with group dynamics, that there are absolutely people and various skill sets within different people as well, and different members of your group essentially. And you'll be very surprised when those skill sets really come in hand in many different types of scenarios that you wouldn't even believe. And sometimes people that have certain, physical disabilities as well can absolutely surprise you with the amount of skill sets that they have, that they've been developing because they had those specific set of disabilities. So it really comes up. It's rather interesting to look at it from a psychological element as well.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. But if you travel in a group with your family, and some of them has some form of, because they don't move because they are elder and difficulties to walk, the security for that group need to be increased, because everyone that can keep up the speed need to be responsible to scout for dangers and things like that. And
I mean, if you're indicating any sort of human opposition, then it becomes more of a tactical game, and you can afford to think about things a lot more and slow down and play the tactical game. But that's a difficult one. That you really need to incorporate a lot of practice and pre-training in that sort of environment. I mean, it's okay in terms of getting from A to B as quick as possible at the slowest person's pace. If you're then encountering the security aspects of other people who are potentially going to try and take you on or cause you harm, that's a lot more difficult because you then hopefully you've got you've practiced this beforehand. You know, you practiced, I don't know, some sort of hand signal. You practice getting down. You practice taking cover, lying low for a bit, and this sort of thing. And even those have got, even those have got their challenges.
I think preparedness. I believe that when it comes to the beginning of a real, when it comes to bugging out in general with your family specifically, or when it comes to pretty much anything, in the beginning, it's always very rough, and it eventually gets quite difficult as well. Just as a matter of time, like how people, every single person eventually can potentially turn into an enemy. Well, except for the people that you learn to kind of build that trust and, camaraderie with. So you should just be rather cautious in who you kind of associate with in those type of scenarios. So yeah, a declaration is not law in this country. We have made a very specific way to add laws in the USA. Yeah, that's something that I haven't really spoken about here. Like I've been thinking a lot about speaking about what's happening in the US right now, but also like on my channel, like having a, just speaking about, there's a lot that's going on in the US, obviously. I mean, there always is, right? Like I love the United States, and I really think that it's a beautiful country, and there's so much potential to shape the rest of the world into.
Steer clear of politics and religion. Too many people are just so polarized about it, really.
Oh
yeah. And what happens is that because of a person's life dynamics as well and their upbringing, like a person's got to kind of look at what, everybody's got a different experience, and you've got to be so open and non-judgmental towards people and understand where they're coming from, and really understand that you've just got to be compassionate and love people through whatever perspectives they have. However, as long as they're not trying to hurt others, right? That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
I've got a question here for PB, and we're talking about traveling with family and having someone who's maybe injured or can't keep up with the group. I was just wondering, is it possible? Do you have safe zones where you could just sort of leave someone for a while, and be able to go forward? And then
I mean, I wouldn't do that. I mean, like I said, the immediate thrust of action is to get out of the immediate threat zone for a start off. Whether that's out the path of a wildfire, if it's out of the danger zone of a tsunami, or whatever, but get out of the immediate threat zone, take stock. That's your maximum thrust and effort. Get there, consolidate, take note of what you got, take stock of what you got. Everyone okay? Decide what your next move is going to be, then move on from there. And from there onwards, it should get, the pace should reduce. I would have thought, depending on the threat, but I wouldn't like to leave anyone behind at all, because not only if there's four of you and one person gets left behind. For whatever reason, you just lost 25% of your capability in some way, shape, or form, whether that's through knowledge or skills or whatever. I wouldn't do that. And this can come about through pre-planning. So if you, I said earlier, you get a map, for instance, and you plot out a series of lines on that map on your evacuation sort of route or routes. And you say, okay, that's the 1 hour line, that's the 2 hour line, that's the overnight line, etc., etc. And you can plan it from there, engage how you're getting on. It doesn't have to be hell bent for leather. It's not a case of get out or die sort of thing. Once you're out the immediate threat zone, things should start to slow down a bit.
Yeah, I was just about to say, slowing down makes sense, and then you said slow down. Yeah, so evaluate what's going on. What is the immediate threat? What's the injury that your person's got? What is the issue? And then move together. Okay, move together.
Yeah, and if you right now, I've got some gear out for getting sewn together, getting custom made for my wife and I, where if things get crazy here again this coming summer, we
Yeah.
can just walk out. And I'm going to use that word again. Walk. Don't run. If you run, you're a target. People will focus in on you. If you just walk out casually, most people won't give you any attention. They'll just look at you like, oh, okay, they're leaving. But if you run, that's because we are predators. Human beings are. Our eyes look forward like a predator. If someone sees you running, oh shit, what's going on? What's happening? What's going on? That'll draw attention. Just walk. Be calm.
Yeah.
Same thing with bears. If you run,
That's correct.
you have no chance to outrun a bear. No chance, because they get up a speed of 60 kilometers per hour.
True. And dogs too. Yeah.
And dogs too. Yeah.
Yep.
So move slowly, please.
I think the benefit.
Sorry,
the benefit of go on, Terry. Go on.
Sorry, I was just going to quickly add on. So having things in your bug out bags, so things in your equipment, your plans, is something that can do a couple of things. So, for example, I've got a tarp, a very strong tarp, and that can be used as a stretcher. So, you're talking about someone that might be injured or incapacitated or whatever, you can carry them. So having something in your equipment, whether it's actually a stretcher or something that you can use as a stretcher, and having a good med kit.
Yeah, I think stretchers are not many people actually talk about stretchers, and you can get some good portable stretchers. Yeah, everything from a tarp with hand loopholes on the edges.
Yeah.
Or a tarp that you can modify into a stretcher.
Or you can use your jacket.
Yeah.
And take 2 sticks and put those sticks through the arms of your jacket, and you have a stretcher.
Go down the improvisation route, which you don't really want to do, But I think the benefit of there is a benefit to having one stronger person in a group, which is inevitably going to be anyway, is the fact that person will have a more clearer mental picture and thought process than someone who's completely knackered and drained. And you can hone those sort of skills. We used to do, orienteering is a good one for that. Orienteering is a good way of keeping fitness levels up through difficult terrain whilst reading a map.
To survive. Good to see you, brother.
And having, mental clarity of thought through planning a route, planning your next move, and so on and so on. So there'll always be one stronger person, and that person should know the fact that they are the one capable of making more clearer decisions if the rest of them are completely knackered. When you start to get tired, your mental focus shifts and so on. And you start making rash decisions and this sort of stuff. You start looking for the easier way out and so on. People get lazy.
Yeah. People are lazy by nature.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, guaranteed. You guaranteed.
Go ahead.
No, so I was just thinking out loud.
No, I can hold my thought easily. I wanted to hear what you had to say about that.
I'll just say it's a classic thing of you see a footpath that goes in a 90-degree bend, and you'll see, if you look left on the grass, you'll always see foot tracks where people have just taken the shortcut and bypassed it. That was it, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Like laziness, I think can go away with like habit forming. Like you can almost kind of, it's weird. Like you can, the more active that you obviously become and the more busy you are, the less busy work bothers you because you're so used to being like just
half a busy. Urban Prepper, good to see you.
Like if you're very active from like the beginning of the day and you have to because of responsibilities and like I literally, and I've mentioned it the other day, where I feel like I'm on autopilot sometimes because of like how much responsibility I've had like stacked up at the moment. and it's a good thing, it sounds. Hey, by the way, oops, good to see you, and everybody else that's in the chat. Thank you for the support. I know that everybody on the panel appreciates you guys being around here and interacting with the panel too. And also, grats on the peppers. I'm always doing something in the garden. Like, I love gardening, you guys. I'm a name's guardian prepping, and I'm addicted to gardening. It's a problem. I need help.
Well, if you can't eat, that's it, isn't it? Yeah. You're going to start going downhill. So yeah, sustainment.
It's kind of what I'm doing here. If I'm going to sit around for a while, I am going through all my seeds and reorganizing them into categories and then years, so I can remember which ones I bought to plant when. And I got my notebook so I can plot it out in my my gardens here.
Right. Yeah.
I love what you're doing there.
I'm doing. I'm growing sprouts at the moment, sprouting seeds. So 7 jars.
Yeah, as far as
Start one on day one.
as far as, keep something to keep in mind is that stealthy food. Like today, I looked up the temperature that white clover will germinate. It's around 40 degrees, so we've hit that mark today. So I went out and threw some white clover out into my lawn. I'm going to convert my lawn from grass into white clover. You can eat clover, guys.
Yeah.
You can eat it.
Oh, yeah, I ate it the other day.
Mhm.
Growing
That's going to be some of my stealthy food. Same with the rhubarb. People walk right by rhubarb. They don't even know what it is. They don't know what it is.
I'm very familiar with rhubarbs. I have seen that, and I know exactly that is good to eat.
Me too.
But you should not eat them raw. You should not eat them raw. Too much of it.
Yeah.
You need to cook it, and because it has a lot of acid in it.
It does, but it's a source of food. That's why I've got 4 more rhubarbs I'm going to plant out in my backyard. You know, people walk right by it. They don't even know what it is. Yeah.
Rhubarb's just harsh. You could pick it and just eat it, but it tastes terrible unless you do something with it. It's nutritious, but it tastes vile, in my opinion. I probably will never grow rhubarb. I have no use for it.
I have eaten rhubarb raw.
I do it for multiple. I do it for multiple different reasons. For one, it's stealthy food. 2, I've got green tree frogs that eat the insects on my property. They seek shelter underneath those gigantic leaves, so it conceals them from the predators, the birds, and the whatever else is out there. And it's also a good source of compost. It is. It grows easily. It doesn't take any effort to grow it. It just grows by itself. When the season is over, I pull that stuff out and throw it out on the grass and run it over with my mulching lawnmower. Man, there's compost right there.
Yeah, there you go. I just picked up like about 4 pounds. That's about 8 kilos each of their purple top turnips.
Yeah.
And a bunch of stuff basically from the farm store, and it's for attracting deer, and it's deer plot, but it's edible.
Okay.
I picked up 8 kilos of
there you go.
peas. They're in giant tubs. You just spoon it into your or scoop it into your bags. You buy by the pound. It's like $3 a pound, which is cheaper than buying one of these at the store. And I'm going to go, that's going out to my property. I'm just going to run the tiller and run stripes and just plant peas everywhere. I don't care. There are deer around there, but I think the neighbors got most of them. So I haven't seen any on my trail cams. But I also got, there's foxes, coyotes, raccoons. They don't eat the veggies. But if the rabbits come out, I got hawks and everything else out there. So really, anything that's going to come try to eat it, except for the deer, are going to get eaten by something else. So
yeah,
I'm not wasting my money putting fencing up right now. I'm just going to plant, and I will put a video out on that on my Magic Acres channel when I do it, and because I just want to see what happens. I mean, I got 4 acres of farming field. It's on a slope and it's always wet, so I'm not worried about it watering it out. I'm just going to let nature do its thing. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to take over there.
Yeah, I'm also going to plant some more nasturtiums. They're edible. You know, it looks like nice flowers, and they're edible. They're ground cover. You can eat it, and they look cool. Yeah.
Oh my God. So nasturtiums, I was even, no problem. I was even, I love the random troll comments band again. Even if whoever's behind that name, kudos for the trolling. I think trolling can be entertaining sometimes. So I was just speaking about nasturtiums.
What I missed? What I missed?
Nasturtiums are such a great plant in terms of how quickly they can expand, and the fact that they are, I mean, the whole plant and the flower is edible. So nasturtiums, if you're looking at like food forest setups or permaculture in any way, anything like that, or even just setting up a good garden, like for survival garden or anything like that. Absolutely, nasturtiums are. I was legitimately looking on Facebook Marketplace yesterday to see if I could like find, because I'm trying to find some, and it's actually a common plant to some degree, but like to get my hands on it for some reason seems impossible at the moment. And I'll come upon it at some weird, like, you know, somewhere along the line. I know, because I'm looking out for it. I'll have somebody that's got some or something like that.
Oh, it's great because, well, like I got a sweet pea from my flowers last year that fell off of the deck and it landed on the soil, and it's growing. It's about that tall now. Well, it's like nasturtiums are the same way. There are abundance of seeds, and just let them hit the ground. And if they come up, they come up. You've got a bonus. Yeah, nasturtiums are wonderful.
Well, they were doing something with nasturtium seeds. I forgot. I know that you can use them as well in a culinary way.
Well, perhaps I haven't looked into that. But yeah, I'm hoping within a year or two I'll have an entire lawn replaced with white Dutch clover instead of grass. And if something goes sideways, we can go out there with a pair of scissors and start snipping them off, and you got something to eat, you know.
Yeah, Bad again was saying about eating grass, which I think using it and mixing it in with other things as well. You know.
No, so I actually read a very interesting article about this girl who escaped North Korea, and she said there obviously the conditions are so bad that they eat the grass and so on. Yeah, and because of the grass growing out in the field and like all the animals like walking through it and so on, there's actually a lot of like parasites and stuff that you can pick up from eating stuff like grass. So it's best to like make sure if you are eating something like that to like cook it properly, or at least cook it, you know, so you don't get like parasites and stuff, because you don't know what animal walked past and like maybe like urinates it on the grass or something, and then you're just like eating it.
Yeah, I was going to say it would be one of the white stalks grass only. That's actually very useful. Thank you. I think that it's just. I'm sure that there are recipes that you can make to actually, which sounds really for like very harsh times, but to make grass more edible, mixing it in with other types of natural, like, you know, flora that you could find. So doing a little bit of, you know, just having a little bit of understanding within herbalism
like a
as
berry stir fry.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it would be rather interesting. The specific nasturtiums and grass is for the order of the day.
And clover too. So if you are in a process of having a bug out and you walk past a patch of red clover or white clover, you can scoop it up and then get any some water up to a rolling boil, drop it in there to kill the parasites, and then eat, you know.
Yeah, we have a lot of red clover here in my country anyway, so
yeah, you can eat that, Shadow. You can eat it raw or cook it, either way. Yeah.
So you've also got to be on the lookout for things now while you can, when it comes to anything that you're wanting to grow. So I have got I'll sum it up in the space of 30 seconds. I was doing a morning walk. I was going for a morning walk/workout like about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. And when I was out there, I just... Oops, comment. GP make me envision people grazing like sheep. So I was out like doing a workout about, I'd say about 2-3 weeks ago, and I was walking like one of the main streets in the area, and I came upon this cement trash bin that people had from the day prior to that. And what they'd been doing is they'd been selling these pineapples and they'd been chopping all the heads off the pineapples as well, but chopping them off, fortunately, to a degree that there was still some of that pineapple left. And from gathering that and seeing where it was, like I just grabbed inside the refuge, inside the trash bin, there was already like other, bags as well. So plastic bags that can be used for carrying. And then I emptied out like 1 or 2 of those inside the bin, and then just collected all of those pineapple heads. And now I've got them growing. So I've got like a mini pineapple farm, like that's busy being established and stuff. So obviously it was just quite interesting. And the reason for me bringing that up is it's just like you got to kind of, you've really got to think about the way that you view food and how to be resourceful when it comes down to it, like how to propagate wild food that's out there as well. And there's something that it's very, very interesting plant. If you want to bring it up, Shadow Scout, I'm going to type the name of the plant and name of the tree into the chat as well for you to bring up. But it's one that we can speak about just for a second if we're speaking about family bugging out and these type of things as well.
Yeah.
I'll bring up just an example of what people should be looking out for. And it comes down to, it's called the Karoo boer bean, so voerbean. And then over here, I'm going to bring up the name over there. So like understanding what trees are edible and what can be eaten and what can't be edible, like what can't be eaten right now while things are like a lot better. Bring up that tree into Google and then bring up like images of it as well. And you'll see that this can be made as an alternative to coffee. And like the trees are everywhere. Once you actually acknowledge certain indigenous trees in your local area, you'll start spotting them consistently. And you get better at doing that over time. Like you get better at understanding like all of the edibles in your local area and how to forage correctly. So, yeah. Just bring up that tree if you get a chance.
If you are bugging out, like in my area, there's lots of buttercups and clover and all that you can eat on the way. But if you're going to eat buttercups, you have to either bring them up to a boil or dry them. You can't eat them right out of the dirt. They contain some kind of a chemical that can make you sick, but that's another alternate source of food.
Yeah, and if you've got to feed a family on the move, or if you've got to feed a community group or something like that, to know what you can eat. I mean, that's such like a
Very
in terms
important.
of preparation, you like it's a difference between life and death.
Shadow, do you have that book available that you got recently about edible plants? Do you have that within reach, and you can show the title of that book?
You mean the wilderness survival book guide?
Yeah. Because he recently bought a book, and I've got it on my to-do list to get the American version of that. But learn that stuff now and have it in your mind and be able to recognize what you can and cannot eat. Very good book.
Is it this plant, Guardian?
Yeah, and if you hit images, if you look at the images, Google search of it, you'll also see very quickly that what they do is they also do the bonsai version, which is really beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful bonsais that you'll come across if you care about like bonsais at all. But overall, when it comes to survivalism, this food helped a lot of the people that were roughing it throughout our country locally, and you'll likely, very, very likely have similar trees that can be used for survival in your local areas too, if you know what to eat and if you know what is edible and how to obtain it. But this one here specifically is amazing because it also doubles down as a coffee like substitute, and then obviously as I mentioned a bit earlier, and it also like is really, really good as like a food as well. So it's a resource that you've got to kind of like obviously understand like the importance of it. And click bonsai there at the top for a second, just for the sake of the there's a tab there second from the top next to Wikipedia. That's above there. Just move your mouse slightly up, and where it says bonsai, just below images. So it says all images and then products. At the top, it says bonsais as one of the tabs there, I think. Yeah. So look at
Oh, beautiful.
Bonsai. It's incredible.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's beautiful.
And it's indigenous to South Africa. It's a South African tree that, like, when you make it into a bonsai, it's really incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope to be able to set up a process when we move overseas to be able to make those in the back of my house, give them over to my brother-in-law who's a citizen, and sell them. You know, I'll be the guy, the grower that no one sees, because I don't have a work visa over there, so I can't do that. But that's just my own situation. But
yes. Yeah, it's
You mean this book?
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did you had any idea when you mentioned it?
Mm-hmm. But that's something folks should consider, being able to recognize what plants you can eat while you're on the move, so you don't starve. You know, like here in the Pacific Northwest, we get a great deal of rain. We've got greenery all around us all year. And if you know what you can eat while you're on the march, you're better off.
Yeah, people should have their the map and their sort of knowledge of the local area and your potential bug out routes already sort of mapped out. And they should have, you know, if people actually practice or move along or visit the areas in which they're likely to bug out through, they can mark down areas of vegetation that they can harvest, crop, forage, and stuff like that. And, you know, mark down where the apple trees are, where the cherry trees are, where the pine trees are, et cetera, where the water sources are, the danger areas, all this sort of stuff.
There's along with that.
In this book, this is a lot of pages with mushrooms.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. There's another thing that you guys should consider is that what I've done is you can look up your local area and then look up the city government, and they're usually on a city government, like for us, if we must march off to SeaTac Airport to be evacuated, right? I've also looked up the high crime areas between my home and the airport, and those are areas I'm going to avoid.
Yep.
Well, look at places to avoid. That's very important.
Yeah.
Because if they're troubled right now, just think how bad things would be if we have a tsunami or if we have a major earthquake. That's one thing I've looked up. Yeah.
I've just done a very simple drawing here. A little tip. If you can show that, Shadow.
Sure.
Okay. Right. So I need you guys to use your imagination.
Mm.
And just imagine that this thing here was a bush's blackberries. You can take a branch, tip it into a pot, and then just leave the pot there until the blackberries take root. They take root in the pot.
Yeah, you dip it over, put dirt in the pot, tip it over, put some weight on it, and then just water it like a normal plant, and eventually it'll start to root. And then you cut it,
and then you cut it and cut it across there, and then you've got something to travel with.
Yep.
So, for example, if you've got a foraging area that you know already, and then in your mind you've got a place that you wanted to travel to be a bug out location or whatever, you can then take this and then replant the bush in that location.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just a little idea.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's good. There's a couple of plants that you can do that with. Absolutely, it's a great idea.
Yeah,
it's very good being able to be mobile. You've got to think like that.
Yeah, berries like blackberries, blueberries, raspberries, stuff like that, golden ones. The plant's small. You'll get a few berries off of it. They grow pretty quick in the right conditions. But if you take a small, like a 6-inch starter plant with you and you plant it wherever you get to, Yeah, you might get a few berries off of it, but you don't want to eat them all. You want to drop a few around and let the birds plant them, so then you get even more over time. Or just dig them in the ground yourself. But you're not gonna feed yourself off of one little blueberry plant or raspberry plant. But it's a start. If that's your goal, is to get yourself into a place you can stay and grow stuff. Yeah, that's a great start. And you can always find berry bushes along field edges next to trees, because when birds find it, they tend to sit on fence lines and along heavy cover areas, so they're not attacked by bigger birds, predators. And that's where they poop, and that's where the seeds grow. That's why you always see raspberries and that growing along the sides of highways.
Yeah.
So
CR brought up a good point. You get stuff if you know your evacuation route. You can start right now by planting crops of some kind, so you know where it's at. That's very good thinking, CR. Very good, very good.
I agree with that.
I wouldn't even bother with any of that, to be honest, to begin with. Depends on how long your bug out route is.
Exactly, yeah.
If you pre-record your route and your potential extraction points, then I'll just have a couple of easily eatable pouches of food on me, some water to see you through, and basically a couple of pockets full of chocolates and sweets just to get you from A to B, because your whole aim is to get to your place of evacuation or safety or extraction and so on from there. So you can get to the point where you don't even have to bother eating. Just get to where you want to go and then get out. I wouldn't go off route and try and deviate to get a couple of extra bits of bots of this, and layer your equipment. Have your bug out bag. Yep, exactly, just like that. Pocket full of raisins.
Yep.
Quick burst of energy and stuff like this.
Yep.
It just saves you all the hassle and keeps you focused, so you can actually eat on the move and keep going.
Just open a box while you're on the march. Start eating some raisins. That's
exactly.
When we get. I'm consolidating a lot of things in a vests and all that, and we're going to have a small knapsack full of stuff just in case the wife and I have to slowly walk out of here, take shelter somewhere. And the knapsack's going to be full of stuff like this, raisins and dried fruit,
We used to have broken up chocolate in a bag on your smock. Lots of pockets, 2 big cargo pockets on your trousers and your pants, a smock or jacket with lots of pockets on. So you've got on body gear, you've got you move one layer up, you could have some belt kit or something like that, and then you move one layer up on top of that, you have a day sack or a Bergen. And if the situation dictates it that much, they ditch your Bergen and just carry on running or getting out. But it all comes back to the speed of the slower person again. So the lighter you can do it, some people shouldn't even need a bug out bag. Yeah, exactly. Get what you just take enough to get you from A to B with a bit of contingency. Don't overload yourselves. Pocket full of tapping chocolate and sweets and raisins or whatever. And the ability to have knowledge to forage if need be, because I remember one particular exercise I did. We tabbed 30 miles across this training area on the one day. We did this job, and then the next day 30 miles back to meet. Here we go. To meet this aircraft.
Raisins.
Saw the aircraft fly over, and it just carried on going. It left us.
Left you there.
So it was an extra 6 miles on top of that, which was pretty demoralising. So you have a bit of extra contingency just in case you get that sort of thing, because disappointments will be commonplace.
Now these dump bags are one of the handiest things in part of my kits. They're $10 each on Amazon.
Yeah.
They got molly gear on the back. I've got this with a strap between 2 of them. We can just throw it over our shoulder with a little bit of food to hike with. And when the dump bags go empty and you're walking along, you can pick clover and berries and whatever else you can find, throw it in the dump bag,
Yeah. I like slim, something you can just sling over your shoulder, whether it's a small haversack or a pouch or something like that. You can just sling over, pass it around, and so on.
Yeah. You pack it along. Yeah.
Extra carriage.
Yeah, it's Miss Brittany's got our gear right now. She's sewing some customized gear, and when she's done with it, I'll present it on a video along with her business card. She does custom sewing on a side job, so look it up. You contact her if you need something sewn together or custom made. Message her. Then nice young lady looking to make some extra income. Honestly earned. Pay attention.
Who's this, Bob?
She's a barista at my favorite coffee shop. She's the daughter of the owner, and she's got industrial sewing machines. And I'm gonna have her take our H harness and sew a few things onto it. And I'll present it on a video when she's done with it.
Right.
Well, I'll put her contact information out there for you preppers, because I said, I want to have a way of my prepper friends to be able to contact you and get stuff custom made.
Yeah. It's Learn to Survive's comment there. He says, sorry to interrupt, but since some of you are in Europe, have any of you tried Coca-Cola? I think Shadow, you did a review on that, didn't you? Coca-Cola flavored Russian bar.
It was
Convar. It was a Convar bar.
Yeah, Convar bar. Yeah.
Wasn't it the Coca-Cola flavor?
It was.
I think it was
chocolate. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah,
chocolate coffee flavored.
Yeah, Convar. They're quite a good little brand. Energy bars and stuff like this.
I'm not sure if she does leather work or not, but she says she's got a strong enough sewing machine just to sew. So she's going to sew some strapping and buckles onto my H harness. So, strapping like this, I know she can do,
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have someone to be able to modify gear, because, you can buy off the shelf stuff, but it never really, you always want a bit of personalization.
Right.
To your tasks and stuff.
Yeah, my goal with that is she's going to sew some straps and buckles on the back of and a clasp in the front and all that, and get it all done now and fill it all full of fruit and water and all that, and just so that we've got the H harness for standing guard duty, because that's important. You've got to have sentries out, and if we need to leave, we can just take that knapsack and snap it on the back of all this on the H harness and load bearing and go.
Yeah. There's some good ideas. The British Army used to use 58 pattern webbing right up until early 90s, mid 90s, and that had a good. Just take a look at that. It's got some good little ideas on there. Loops for attaching bergens and stuff on.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
But message back to you, UK prepper. When I get that stuff back from her, I will present her contact information, and you can contact her and see what she can do. Just one of those accidental things. She set some stuff out in the coffee shop for sale, some baby pillows and things like that. And I went, do you do sewing? Yeah. How about strapping? Can you sew through? Yeah, I've got heavy machinery. Bingo. Right there. You're the one I want to talk to. But yeah. I always share as much information as I can, because I know there's preppers out there who want stuff custom built. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that reminds me, I haven't fired CR yet. Damn it.
He hasn't said a whole heck of. Well, he is. I'm not really watching the chat. He's there.
He's there. Yeah.
I think he's trying not to get fired this time.
Well, I fired you last time, Chef.
Yeah, I know, but I came back. You can't get rid of me.
Glad to have you around.
Yeah, Ben again says, question, how long is this walk to the Bugout?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the length of the route, method of travel, it's all going to dictate the time taken and how much you're going to take with you, survivability, and all this sort of thing. And of course, you're not just doing it in one season: winter, summer, autumn, spring. Each got their own challenges. And yeah, I mean, depends where you are, but spring and late autumn, they're pretty difficult because you're talking real dangerous conditions there. Not only it's cold, but wind and rain is, lethal.
I've already measured one of our bug out locations is the international airport. It's about around 20 miles. That's a long walk for my wife and I because we're both in our 60s. We could do it, but that's one thing you guys might want to put into your bug out plans is getting to an international airport or seaport so you can be evacuated or supplies can come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vanessa has a good point. We also have terrain maps for the region you bug out to because many times you ain't using the paths you think you can use. And I agree definitely with that.
Mm-hmm. Topographical maps. Yeah. Shows the elevations.
Yeah.
It is really good. Yeah. Just to always have that at hand because sometimes due to fatigue, people can also become, even if you're used to the routes and you familiarize yourself with the.
Also, a very important thing is knowing how to read a map. You'll be surprised how many people don't know how to read a map.
Yep, absolutely true. Like, just get used to it, and it just takes like a couple of days for you to actually familiarize yourself with it correctly. But how to read your bearings and how to actually use how to use a compass.
And a good compass too.
And a map compass like that's awesome as well. Like having a map compass that's transparent that you can use against the map.
Plenty of videos on YouTube to teach you how to use one of these too. Lots of them. Start learning now and put it in your mind so that you can be able to find your way there.
And once you learn it, you'll never unlearn it. It's just something that you just need to understand. Yeah.
It's actually, UK Urban Prepper has a point here. Bug out key is test runs. Make sure you don't just plan in theory. I agree with that too.
This is the problem, and I can guarantee, unless you're the hardcore unit, the hardcore family, 99% of people will not have done that because time frames, the feasibility of doing it in peacetime, if your bug out route is 50 miles away, how many people do you know are going to have done it? Have actually gone on foot and walked 50 miles over 2 or 3 days. Yeah. But having said that, you can assess your own fitness and stuff like this, and there's lots of variables that come into it, unforeseen circumstances. You can, a map recce can be sufficient in quite a lot of circumstances, but you really can't beat boots on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, UK Urban Prepper. People have bug out bags that are not realistic to carry over distance, so you need to not be an armchair prepper and get out there with it. No, I agree with that. I have seen enough armchair preppers. Oh man, they can't handle anything.
Well,
they can talk, but they can't handle anything.
Exactly. This is the other problem you see with a family is you'll get the parents at best who will have all their stuff sorted. They'll have their own little bags sorted and stuff. How about the kids? Half the time they're not going to be bothered, and that's a difficult thing to have anyway. I mean, you pack a load of crap in there just for the comfort of the kid, or whatever. But you've really got to come up with unique things to get them participating and get them involved in some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, it's a case of in the middle of the night. Come on, kids, we're going on an adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quickly. You can't hear you, Bob. You just gone.
Oh, okay.
On the
There
mute.
you go.
Handy thing to have. This is a pouch to go on our load bearing, our H harnesses, and a radio. I got a radio for everyone in the family
Yeah.
with a bag.
Is
go
that
on
a
our
GMRS radio or?
Shadow. I'm sorry, I don't know the difference. I don't know all the GMA, GMO, LMNOP. I have no fucking clue. But
GMRS, you need a license. You need
Yeah.
to pay $50 for it, and then you have it for the whole family, basically.
honestly, I don't know, but I've tested these out at several miles away from the house, and they work. And in case, if we got to march out, all four of us, we've each got a radio, and if I got to send somebody ahead to scout, to look and listen, and the phone service is down, we've got these as a backup, and they're going to be right here on our load bearing vests.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
Yeah,
I was on the panel recently as well, Bob, where they were speaking about the validity and the reliability more as well of your scouts. And at first, I just heard the conversation and overheard, for the most part, what the panel was talking about, and I gave it a bit of thought at the time. And then, at a later stage, I was busy working and stuff on another project, and just giving a bit of delayed kind of thought to it. And it's actually really important to trust the person that you're sending out to scout. The importance of your that trust between the group and the scout. You have to 100% know that scout will legitimately come back and has the group's best interest. Because if the scout's a really skilled scout and an outdoorsman as well, and they're extremely good at what they're doing, you just definitely don't want to have a vulnerability where that same member scouts out for long enough that eventually can be swayed by another group. So it's just something to think of. Unfortunately, cases like that do occur, and reliability when things are really rough, you really just can't trust everybody with that type of responsibility. So just be sure that your scouts are reliable.
Yeah, that's why I trust my family. Period.
Smart.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, with the most of the people I meet every day in this area, no, you're not coming to my house. I don't trust you. I don't want you around. Go, move on. But I trust my family. But
yeah,
I think a person over time, cases as well sometimes where you can trust people to an extent. There's certain levels and ranking systems of trust, in different scenarios, how much do you need the reliability of that person as well. I am going to love the panel and leave the panel. I just want to say thanks for the conversations as well in the chat. You guys have been awesome. And thanks for supporting ShadowScoutSwede. I hope to see you guys next week, Saturday. And always look forward to streams. Thank you for the trip, Shadow. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Take care,
Thanks for
guys.
stopping
all
by.
right, Guardians. God bless.
You're going, GP.
Yeah. Have a good one.
You guys too. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Hey, Bob, I got a good recording for you to put on your door, just in case you've got any unwanted visitors. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Over to you, Bob.
Yeah.
Nah, I prefer the more metal version of when the bodies hit the floor.
Come on, give us a quick rendition.
Well, no, one thing that don't open the door for anybody. If you open the door, you've just let the devil in.
Yeah.
Don't even play music. Shut the dog up. Let him
talk
knock.
through the window. Talk through the door. Don't open the fucking door.
Talk to the door.
Mm-hmm.
Put the hand out.
UK Urban Prepper has actually 2 questions. What's better, untrained family or fully trained non-family in that scouting case?
Family
Fully
for me.
Trained, right.
Family for me. Yeah. family for me. Because the reason why I stay with the family is because I don't talk to my neighbors about what I do. They don't know nothing about, that I've got food and water and weapons and all that. They don't know nothing. And I'm going to keep it that way.
Yeah, family are going to be more loyal as well.
Correct. You think do you think my son and daughter would betray mom?
Exactly.
Come on. That's not going to happen, Yeah.
Unless
I agree. I would stick with my family as well.
You
And
can,
if you need to send scouts out, make sure they move quick and silent. Silent.
Yep.
They need to be quick and have light. They should not have a 100-pound backpack
correct.
on them.
Mm-hmm.
They should have only a
little
haversack,
thing like that. Mm-hmm.
haversack or
Yep.
or a waist pack
Yep.
with
Or a
necessary things.
a couple of lightweight bags. Give this to my daughter. My daughter's a petite Asian girl, and she could go out, walk around with like a one dump bag with raisins and water and a radio, and people won't think she's a threat. Just a little tiny Asian chick walking down the street. What the fuck is she doing? Well, she's out there scouting. Yep.
Yeah.
I would avoid the use of scouts to begin with, period.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do have to send one out to go in advance, recce a location that's clear for an overnight stop, for instance, then you send 2 people instead of just the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the problem, scouts are good, but there is a problem because they are few, 1 or 2. So the risk is if they get attacked, they need to really defend themselves. They need to learn hand-to-hand combat or something because otherwise they are screwed.
Yeah,
So
we've already taken care of that, Shadow.
Comes down to pre-training, pre-briefing, pre-planning, and so on. You get your stuff in order beforehand.
Yeah, and scouts need to be stealthy too, preferably. But sometimes those scouts has a tendency to be spotted. So
yeah, I mean, if you're you can be in a scenario where you've got to walk along a road for 40 miles, and people start lagging behind because they start getting blisters and stuff off after mile 10. Then you're starting to get real problems there. It's a case of carry on walking. Otherwise, this is where we're going to sleep tonight, on the side of the road, amongst whatever the unknowns. So,
who's picking DS?
yeah, he's broken into busking mode.
I need some spare change. If we had our world band is very bad at the moment. It's not active at the moment. We need a new, we need a world band. I think if there was another planet passing by that was a good musical planet, they wouldn't be very impressed with our songs. I mean, we got a lot of war chants. If you mention peace, you're going to get arrested. Maybe there might come a time if you mention peace, you get arrested. I don't know. Yeah, I was just strumming Bob Marley's famous song, redemption songs. Oh, pirates, yes, they rob I. Sold I to the merchant ships. Okay, enough of that.
There. Welcome to Shadow Scouts Music Channel.
Music channel.
Well, Bugout guitar.
Well, we're going to need some entertaining as well around the campfire at night time.
Well, it's the moral component in it. You know, don't discount the moral component.
Sun is shining.
You're going to be
The weather is
demoralized.
sweet. Want you to know I'm a rainbow.
Yeah, copper strike. Yeah.
Here I am. Come on, everyone.
Copyright strike.
Whoops.
Yeah, that is a risk for that. Oh,
Yeah,
boy,
only if you're
copyright
playing-
claim.
I think you're pretty safe though.
No. Only if you're playing his music, like a recording of his complete music. But if I'm just doing the cover song, it's okay. And it's for free as well. I like that other song. That what's that song? Maybe it's because I'm a Londoner that I love London town. Come on, baby. Maybe it's because I'm a Londoner.
I can't stand London.
Okay.
I'll never go back to London again.
I was waiting.
Yeah, I've been to London. I've seen it, and that's it. Okay, next.
Terrible, no, yeah, it's true. It's true.
It's just a turd hole.
Come on, CR. CR's got a message there that it's been retracted. Bob, sort him out.
Huh?
He just said something bad. Creative redundancy.
Oh,
he knows better than to put bad things up there, so he retracted it. We don't want to
Yeah,
talk
he
about it.
retracted it.
yeah. CR's a good guy. I like teasing
High
him.
school. Come on then, CR. Come
Yeah.
on and sing us a song then. High School Musical here.
I can remember,
UK Urban Prepper says, "Can we have always look on the bright side of life?" Oh,
No,
yeah.
Sid Vicious was a terrible singer.
I can remember one of the piece of footage I saw from Katrina, and it was an old people's home, and literally people who are going to get out have already gotten out of this stage, and they were trying to evacuate this this old people's home or a hospital or a geriatric wing. I can't remember exactly what it was, but they were literally the staff that were left were struggling to get these people in wheelchairs, you know, onto the wheelchair and
I
out
remember that.
into the car park and stuff like this. And literally, you know, pretty dire situation, and they're just reliant on the volunteers and the staff, the workers who are still there, really.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that they couldn't actually keep up or anything like this, it's because they were just immobile to begin with. Yeah, and if you know, if one of your families like that, you know, the question is, do you go back for them, or do you trust the staff to carry out their duties and get them out?
I would. Yeah, I would go back for them. If they're my family, I'm not going to leave them in the old folks' home. I'm not doing it. I'm going to go get them. You know.
Yeah.
But that's me. You know.
Yeah. If feasible, I mean, it might not be feasible to actually do that. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, because of traffic conditions and stuff like that, you might not be able to get there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what we've said before. You know, lead up time and as much early warning as possible is key, because then you can start doing things like that.
Correct.
You get the head start on things. Worst case scenario, you get caught in the lead-in part of any sort of jam, but at least you've done what you went there to do and got someone out. You know. So yeah, lead up time, warning times is definitely key. Physical fitness key. I mean, it's going to be circumstances in which you literally unavoidable, like the old person in a wheelchair, or someone who's handicapped, or the little kids who can't physically keep up or do anything like this, or can't keep their mouth closed because they're crying and stuff like that. You know, you got the noise factor, the emotional factor involved as well. So it's difficult.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, the only way we will bug out of here is if it's imminent danger. Like when the silly season comes, which is the dry weather, you know, or if Mount Rainier explodes, or if there's a tsunami. That's it. Other than that, we're staying put. You know, period. End of statement. And I've got getting things set up to where the wife and I can put on a load-bearing stuff, put a jacket over that, put a little knapsack over top of the jacket, kick a hole in the back fence and walk out of here. And I've already got property selected. that we can sit down in the bushes and wait until the danger passes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what same thought pattern. You don't bug out unless your place of residence is just no longer feasible to live.
Correct. That's the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way we
The
got
same
it
for
planned
me.
out.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because it makes sense, doesn't it? All your time, resources, preps, stores, everything's there. You know the
Mhm.
layout of your own place. It's as secure as you've made it in the run up to. So
Yeah.
obviously, I mean,
Uh,
the toss-up situation is, like you got a Cat 5 hurricane coming towards you, and the news agencies, the Met, saying, this is an unsurvivable event. Then obviously you've got to get out, basically. And if you don't, you're literally at the mercy of what's going to come and get you.
Yeah, that's scary. I hope none of this ever comes, but I'm ready for it if it does, or as much as I can be. Honestly, But you also got to. There's going to be a lot of people who die because they're not adaptable. They can't adjust because they don't have the mental capacity to be able to adapt, and that's one thing you're going to see. My dad saw it during World War II when he was in China. There was thousands and thousands of Chinese citizens who starved to death. Thousands.
Plan for the worst, pray for the best.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
UK Urban Prepper's got a point now. I'll talk about this with the missus.
Yeah.
How do you decide when staying home is more of a risk than booking out? If they're at the door, it may be too late to bug out. Right, yeah. So is there a lot of people are talking about this in Britain. And so basically people have got to make the call for themselves, really. I mean,
yeah, it's all individual. Mm-hmm.
If the current political situation or the situation on the ground is such that the threat of people coming door to door forcing you to adhere to their mindset, so to speak, I'll put it that way, or they're going around terminating people because they're of a different persuasion or whatever, then people should have known that's the air of society is built up to that sort of point, and it's sort of like a snapping point. But it depends on where you live. Everything's different. You could be in a real cohesive society and community where everyone's prepared to band together and so on.
There are things in place in some areas where you can do. If you live in a city, for example, and you want to get out of a city, like PB was saying, it depends on where you are and depends on who's around you. And I mean, as we can see, there is a major kind of, let's put it in different words so that people can understand. There's a major reconstruction going on throughout Europe and throughout the world. And I would say, if you can, make plans to get out now. And if you can, there are like I said, there's things you can do. Home swapper. There's in the UK, we've got things like home swapping where you can swap your place. Depends if you're on the council. If you own your own place, you might be able to sell up, buy a place outside. But I'd say, start, planning to either move or think about moving. If you're in such a place where if you think they're going to come door to door, like you said in that comment, if and it could well be, the case. We do hear speeches where they're saying, well, at the moment we haven't got the amount of manpower that would need to be doing what we'd need to be doing, but in the future we would have much more manpower and then we can do more. So people are making plans in front of us, and it's good for us to make plans.
This indicates a good point there, where there's a huge difference between getting out of a city and getting out of a rural area regarding whatever threat it is. And on the back of that, I mean, there's a guy this week. It's worth listening to, actually. It's called David Betts, and BETZ, and he is I'll just bring his bio up. He is basically, I mean, everyone knows this anyway in Britain. He is a professor, and he's a specialist in war and security studies, and he lectures at King's College London. So he's one of the leading experts on contemporary conflicts and strategy, everything from cyber war to civil war. And he got interviewed the other week, and he basically said, that's the podcast, I'll put it in a minute. He basically said, Britain is heading for a civil war now, and it's unavoidable. And he put a figure of 5 years on it. So, if anyone wants to listen to it, I'll post it in the chat in a sec. But basically, it was saying, now is the time to think about where you live, what situation you're in, and move out to the safer areas where, the cities and the large towns are going to be the sort of the battlegrounds of any sort of unrest. Because if you're in that situation, everything kicks off to mass social unrest and WROL situation and mass riots, then you just don't want to be there. Get out.
Yeah.
Good luck in getting out if you haven't got the lead up time to know what's happening. I mean, we've said this before, and he confirmed it to me. This bloke, I didn't speak to him personally, but if you listen to his podcast, he confirms everything that we've said over the last year in these episodes every week, in terms of people, communities coming together in sort of enclaves, no-go areas, gangland areas, so to speak, and lead-up times and where to go and all this sort of thing. So, yeah, it's bugging out of a city on foot. It's a whole new ball game.
You got to be pretty fluid, and you got to be adaptable.
Yeah. Learn to Survive has put a comment here saying, look at the history and what's happened in the Roman Empire and compare it to political situations worldwide. It's scary and how close many nations are close to falling. I just wanted to add on to that. In a sort of a minor way, in a kind of a miniature way, you look at the rule of law when that's gone. For example, we had the Roman Empire here in Great Britain, in the UK, and when they left, they just walked out. And all of a sudden, there was no government. It was just a hole, and there was like loads of different groups struggling to take power. So on a minuscule level, you got if SHTF happens, people, the rule of law, there ain't going to be no rule of law for a moment or for a while. So it's things to take into consideration, like where you are, the location. Can it kick off? Will it kick off? Will it be riots? Has there been riots before? So yeah.
I'll put the link just there. The 08:57 p.m. timestamps for anyone who wants to listen to that.
Thanks, PV.
Particular thing. It's well worth listening to, no matter where you are, really.
I mean, people say, I never heard that on TV. I never heard the government say that. Can we trust the government if there are situations? Well, I mean, in many ways, the government is very useful to have a government, and I'm not going to knock any governments, but I'm just going to say that just be aware where you are and what can happen and what is happening, and make plans.
I would just keep track of whatever's going on locally, and then be a little beyond that, like statewide, countywide, and then country or whatever a little bit, but it would be more local because that's what affects you the most.
Yes.
Local,
directly.
local,
I agree.
like literally
your
neighbors and you, and then move out from there to the town or the county, but don't get too involved in things that are beyond your control outside your local community, which is whatever you make your community.
Yeah, I agree, Chef. That one thing that I do to keep an eye on my local area is I drive around my area.
Oh, I do that all the time.
And just look at bumper stickers and flags that are flown, and the way that people dress. And a good source of local intelligence is my coffee shop I go to, because I see the population coming in and out, and I can get a quick assessment of who lives around me. My assessment is that 90% of the population here is very conservative, stand-up, blue-collar people. And those are the people that I want to be around. But if the population shifts to a bunch of pink-haired freaks, oh boy, yeah,
See, around by me, the local coffee shops are all liberal. I don't even go in there. I mean, I'm not talking Starbucks national chains. I'm talking about there's a few local ones. I take one of them is my customer about 30 miles from here. Oh yeah, it's in a small college town. All the kids in there have different color hair, and I just go in, do my job, and leave. I can see what's going on. I'm like, I ain't coming out here. But that's more of the student population. The local population goes to the convenience store. The 7-Eleven type chain that we have out there.
One thing I would suggest to you, my friend, is go in there and have a coffee and talk to some of the pink-haired people.
Oh no!
See what's on their mind.
I hear them talking, and no, they see me a mile away.
All looking like extras out of Batman.
No, I talk to them. I talk to them. I want to see what they're planning, what they're thinking about, what their mindset is. That's part of intelligence. Is you got to be able to blend in and be able to talk to anyone and learn.
Yeah, except I can't blend in very well anymore because the owner knows me and about me. He's he's a local instructor at the small college. Actually, whatever, small college. And they know me. They know about me to some extent. We don't talk about it. I do my job. It's all purely professional. We all get along fine on that level. I don't want to start delving into anything because that'll just jeopardize my business in there. So.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I always present myself as someone who's approachable and easy to talk to.
Oh, I do the same. I mean, all the stores I go into, except for like that style or even that style, if they don't know who I am, I mean, I'll spark up a conversation out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's a good way to gather intelligence about your area. Just talk to the local people. I talk to
my local farm store they're all not liberal. I get the occasional purple hair kid walking in with mom and dad who own a piece of property looking to buy some baby chicks. And I'm like, those chicks will die in 3 weeks because that purple hair kid's going to be, they're cute. Oh, what do you mean I have to feed them and take care of them? And then they die or they give them away or just let them roll free and disappear into the environment somewhere and get eaten by a fox.
Yeah, what I do is I see some of the outlandish looking young people, and I'll say, I like your pants, or your shoes. Where'd you get your shoes? And then talk to them about their piercings and different things like that, and their tattoos, to get a little look into their mind. Do you understand what I mean? I want to know who these people are.
You don't have to dig very hard. Their mind is exceptionally shallow, and you're pretty much there in about 10 seconds. Like, all right, you really have nothing else to talk about because everything you're mentioning is all the stuff you're seeing on TikTok and that, and you're just repeating all the BS you hear that means absolutely nothing in life. Yeah.
Well, I found that, in honesty, some of these people who dress outlandishly, some of them are extremely intelligent.
Oh, sure.
They're very fucking smart, really smart, very well read, and that's what I want to know. Is I also want to know, what do your piercings represent? Does it represent a group of people? So if you're if I can get an idea of what this tattoo on your face represents, I want to know, are you the type of people I want to stay away from?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like that. I like your ink there. That's pretty cool. What is that?
Right. Yeah.
Is that some kind of? Is that a specific design? It's not an animal, or a bug or something like that.
Right.
If it's a butterfly, it's like, okay.
What is it?
Welcome, Joseph. Good to see you.
A good thing to ask them is, what does that mean to you?
Yeah. Does that have some kind of special meaning, family in that? Yeah.
Right. I do that frequently with younger people who don't have the normal appearance, and I just want to know Are you part of a group? Are you, try to talk to them a little bit to see if there's a group in the area that is anti this or pro that. I want to know. I want to know. Hey, Dior's. Now that's one shifty. That Dior's, he's shifty.
Oh yeah,
Watch him.
sure he is. Whatever.
He's shifty.
He's shifty because he drives a 5-speed Ford. Anyway.
Because he was one of them Navy guys, for God's sakes. I don't know.
Yeah, they've done a good job of programming lots of people to be, different, have different kinds of fashion. Divide and conquer. So you've got some people who want to have blue flags, some people want to have red flags, some people want to have different coloured flags, and and it's like, plus you've got the biggest sort of mob is the consumer mob. You've got the fanatical consumer. If you're in a city, a lot of people, it's all about consumerism. What you wear, what phone you got, what shoes you got. They tend to look at your clothing. If you dress the
latest, greatest style that just came out, and look at me, I got the newest way. It just came out. I got the second one at the store.
Victims of advertising.
Yeah, who's got the best car? Who's got the latest this? And if you pull out last year's phone, it's like they think you're going to mug them or something. You're behind. Why are you behind? Why haven't you got the latest, iPhone 28 or whatever? Why haven't you got the latest car?
Yeah, non-functional people. I mean,
nah,
it's like a robotic thinking, and so you got that mob as well, which a lot of these people that are divided don't seem to realise they're sort of part of that as well, because they have to go out and buy their stuff, whether they're punk rockers, whether they want pink hair, blue hair. They're still caught up within a system that is they're still a consumer, because they buy their fashion clothes, whatever punk rock leather jackets or whatever you.
They see these people over entitled, selfish, self-centered. Most of them.
What was that mob? What was that mob that was protesting one of those stores in London? They turned out to be a lot of rich kids. I don't know if you remember, PB.
Yeah, something happened. I can't remember. Just victims of advertising, basically, and
symbolism. That's one of the reasons why I talk to some of those young people. Symbolism is important. Like the anarchy signs and the colors that different people use and wear on, because they can identify each other. And I want to know who they are. Do you understand? That's why I sit there and talk to strangers in the coffee shop. I get a sense of who these people are.
Yeah.
Do your own intel. It's easy to do. Most people will talk to you.
It's all in the approach.
It makes sense. It makes sense because if they're like someone thinking, for example, okay, we've got this ideology, and with this ideology, we think that everybody shouldn't own anything, for example. And seeing as you've got 21 baked bean tins, we're going to take it because So knowing people's, like Bob is saying, to know people's ways of thinking. Like, what is their ideology? Are they communists? Are they?
Well, not so much that, you can generally gauge someone within the first 5-10 minutes as to which way they're swinging, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't need to go after them and just like I said, it's all in your approach. You go up and say, "Oh, I what color is that hair? Because my daughter has similar, but I know she likes that color. Where'd you get it?"
Yes.
It's dumb stuff. You don't go up and say, "Oh, are you liberal?" I don't think that's really an option to start a conversation. That's I am. Get the hell out of my face. That's all in the conversation. I can tell. I mean, the part of the country I'm from, I can literally walk. You're standing. I'm standing in a line with people in the supermarket. It's like 8 deep, and people are loading their carts up, and there's like 15 lines open, and you're just standing there. I'll see somebody do something that'll allow me to spark a conversation. Like some guy today in the farm store, his wife was looking at those the stainless steel insulated mugs and that. And he's like, "Oh, this one's 32 ounces." And I heard him talking, and I'm walking past them. And he's like, hey, honey, this one's only 8 ounces. And I looked at him. I was like, dude, that's a shot glass. He bust out laughing. And he's like, yeah, honey, look at this. It's your rocks cup for your scotch. But
while
it's doing the delivery, like I said, and I have that type of personality where I can just randomly. I don't care who you are.
that's important, Chef.
Start talking, but I can back off really quick, knowing you have your key things that you're putting out there, and it's not troublesome. But you can tell by the response in what just in a general response and tone of voice and look in the eye.
Yeah,
and what they're all about. You just say, "Oh yeah, that's really cool," and then you pick up, then you grab your phone and stick it to your ear and go, "Yeah, honey, what's up?"
Also, very important is trust your gut feeling when you first meet someone. Trust that feeling. Always trust that feeling.
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna have to bail out. I've got some tasks to do before it gets too late for me. And I'll see you in a couple of weeks. I won't be here next week. I've got a major trip on.
Okay.
Right
major
on.
road trip to go on. So I'll have to catch you in a couple of weeks.
Safe
time.
travels.
Take care out there.
Yeah,
Later,
no worries.
baby.
I'll
Take care.
catch you in a bit.
Stevie.
Have a good one. See you in a bit.
God bless.
You
Thank
too.
Yeah, Maria's my friend in the side chat, guys. Maria, I'm waiting on my LDB, long distance breakfast. My wife's still not home yet, Maria. I'm hungry and I'm waiting for my long distance breakfast, Maria.
That means Bobby's starving.
I'm starving. I just sent my wife a text, one word, hungry. I haven't heard back from her. She's hanging out with the ladies, all the Filipino ladies at mass. They have little parties and stuff like that for the priests. They take good care of the priests. The Filipino ladies do. So any minute now, I'll probably have to bounce out of here and go get something to eat.
Yeah.
Maria hasn't come through.
Get a donut and a cup of coffee and start talking.
Bingo. That's what I'm planning on doing, is just run a comb through my hair and throw on my blue jeans and go down there. And they've got these nice English muffins with sausage and egg and on and on. So, yeah. Maria, you disappoint. Maria lives on the island of Macau, and I requested a long distance breakfast a while ago, and it still hasn't arrived. Maria, wait a minute, Maria, you're fired. Maria, you're fired. I'm joking.
You like
honey.
to fire people.
I do. It's a delusion of grandeur. I am important. I'm special. I can fire people. Send it to you right now. You're all the way over there in Macau, off the coast of China, Maria. It's going to take a while. How are you going to keep that food warm before it gets here, Maria?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, I'll finish this coffee with you guys, and it's a good topic today. We got some good information out there.
Yeah, I thought this topic could be useful. So
yeah. Now, what was that? I got my Amazon open here, Shadow. What I do frequently is, while I'm on these lives, I keep my Amazon open. I get ideas, and then I order it when it's appropriate. Like last week, I think it was, where Virginia Roots was, and the topic essential oils and clove oil to stop tooth pain, and it's an antiseptic. As soon as I heard that,
remember that one.
Yeah, I clicked, and I've got it now, and I keep it in the box, and I wrote on there clove oil, and it's in my emergency, and it's in my medical kit right now. Yeah, just a suggestion to you guys.
This is your breakfast, Bob.
What?
I was just thinking about something else.
Okay, UK Urban Prepper, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
He did bring up a good question. When do you leave and when do you stay? That's a good question.
Yeah.
You've really got to be observant, Yeah. Smart guy right there. Smart guy.
Take care, UK Urban Prepper.
Yeah, he is a really good guy.
It says how to bug out with your family when they can't keep up with you. Just wanted to say, ask
Yep.
or talk about something briefly. What if you're okay? So if you're together, we said earlier, okay, we don't leave no one behind. But what if you're not together with us? You know, some people. What if someone else you got a part of your group, but there's another little smaller group, and you know you've planned to meet somewhere else. You know, but they can't keep up with the other group, or you know, they can't go, you know, go to the same location at the same time or get there on time.
You're very welcome, UK Urban
What do you think
Prepper.
about that, Bob?
Mm-hmm. Well, the second
Sort of
later you can.
a backup plan. So you're not together. If you've got people with you, say, okay, we're not going to leave them behind. We're going to carry them or whatever. But if you've got another group, so comms basically. That's what PB's gone off now. I was going to ask him that as well.
No. Well, for me, I'm not getting together with another group. Not doing it. I'm going to rely on my family. Period.
So what if they were also some of your family, but they, you know, they were somewhere else at the time, and you had, you know, they couldn't quite make, you know, or they can't, or they've been delayed slightly.
I'm not getting together with another group. I'm not doing it. Period. I've learned over 61 years of life that you can't trust people. You fucking can't. You can trust your family, but the rest of the, like for the one of the neighbors, whatever. Oh, I want to come with you. Going, fuck you, man. You're on your own. Sorry. Not really sorry, but that's just me. I mean, you can go with that other group of people, but I don't want somebody that I don't know watching my back. No, that's not going to happen. Period. It sounds harsh and cruel, but you know, what are you going to do? I found on more occasions, strangers, you can't trust them, man. They'll join up with you, be real friendly, big smiles and hugs and kisses, while they reach in your back pocket and grab your fucking wallet or get your shit and run. It happens, man. I've been all over this fucking world. People are the same all over the world. There's only a few of them you can turn your back on. Just a few. Very, very few.
It's so sad that mankind has got to the point where, you know, they're talking about, you know, potential nuclear wars. You know, certain disasters could happen, and what we think is civilization, and what we thought was civilization, and then the breakdown of that, and the thought of everybody sort of going on it, or going at it, or going on, you know, to kind of get to a location and get away from the dangers. It's going to be very.
Mother Earth just dropped a good comment. There's your family that you can't trust. Oh, I've got a brother and sister. They come to me for help or bug out, bug in. What? No, you're not coming in my house. You're not getting near me and my wife and kids for any reason. If I see you again, I'm going to drop you. I know them. I don't want nothing to do with them. No.
So your sis is the same on the same level as your brother.
Yeah. There's some people, like my brother. He's a monster. Oh no! In fact, if there was law, you know, I won't. I'll stop talking.
Yeah. No, you can trust people like that.
You can't trust some of these
especially
people.
Not when they are like that.
Monsters, beasts, you know.
Is your sis like a beast too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same.
I'm lucky. I guess I don't have family members I worry about. I'm down to very few family members at this point. So, but most of them live so far away. I mean, my kids, one's only 10 miles away. They can come over anytime they want, and they know that. The next one is about 500 miles, 300 miles away, and we don't talk. So, and they're not coming anywhere near here. And then one of them is
is about 600 miles away, which I make freeze-dried food for all the time and just ship it to them. So,
yeah, prepper for the ages brought up I've had that happen with my family. The family I trust are the ones that are living under the same roof with me right now, period.
Mhm.
The rest of them, there's a reason why they're not living with me, for things like that. Prepper for the ages. She, trespassed her sister for stealing her mom's meds. That's the kind of shit my brother and sister did, and their kids, all of them. I don't want them around me.
No, it takes too much energy, and they waste your time basically.
Yeah.
Yep. They're energy thieves, man. That's what they are. So even some of my neighbors,
no problem, Maria.
even some of my neighbors in this area where I live, and we want to go with you to the airport. It's that way. Find your own way. Fuck off. Just, you're gonna have to be harsh,
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, I agree. It's
Yeah,
not fun, but it has to be done.
Don't get me wrong. If my one kid and spouse show up at the house here unexpectedly, there's a reason, and it's not to come in and harass me and kill me. I still love them. Period. They just stopped. They decided to stop talking, and my wife and I still don't know why.
So this is very good because we could definitely sort of tick them off as places that for sort of a bug out location.
Oh,
so
they all know it. They all know where my property is. Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Go there.
I'm just saying, if we've made note of certain family members that are like that already before anything happens, we definitely know that we don't want to go to their place or to their location.
Yeah.
And for example, you might have certain family and you might want to travel hundreds of miles or thousands of miles to want to be with them. And then when something really bad happens, you see their true colors. But, I thought, you think, well, are they a family? But, there's a reason, like you said earlier, for not being together if they're not with you at that time. But my family, I've got a little story for you on both sides, my father's side and my mother's side. They believe in materialism. They they look at me, my family from the Greek side, they seem to think because I'm in London that everybody's got money. We've all got bowler hats and umbrellas. And can you send me
The
this?
luxury cars.
Yeah, they think you've got a luxury car. They want me to send them stuff. Send me this, send me that. And my other family on the Cyprus side, they're the same. They look at you for what you got. They're sort of very business minded. Are you a doctor? Are you are you up there? What have you got? If you haven't got anything, they sort of mistreat you. So you definitely got to avoid certain people that treat you very badly and say,
in a negative way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so people look at you for stuff, and and if you are a prepper, they think you're nuts, and even in Greece, even in Cyprus, even in the UK, in the city in the UK, they're just thinking McDonald's, all the branded sort of stuff, coffee, Costa Coffee, what have you. If you don't play the game, they're kind of like, why aren't you playing the game? Why aren't you sort of getting what we're into? Why aren't you going to the pub every Friday? Why don't you stick stuff up your nose? Why don't you do drugs like everybody else?
Yeah, with my extended family, the little bit that I have around here, if they show up at my door, that's because they want something. They're not gonna contribute nothing, but they're gonna take from me. I'm glad Prepper for the Ages brought up that topic. She knows a family she cannot trust. Yeah. If they show up at my door, there's not going to be a big sloppy kiss on the mouth and a hug. No, man, I'm going to send them on their way.
Yeah, because I considered places like Cyprus or Greece as a location for myself to get out of London and think, okay, I might go to Greece, or I've got options. I might go to Cyprus. But the way that I saw how my family, it's not just family, it's also the mentality of the people. If I went there and who could I trust? With what I wanted, my plans. It's no one. it's really sad that we can't trust anyone but ourselves at the moment.
Yeah.
And then what? What happens after? How do you kind of regroup? How do you, like you said, I mean, what do we look for? Do we look through the trees and see a particular flag? Is the white flag going to work? Like, hang on, we just got to, we want to talk. Do you trust people that just want to walk? They've got the white flag, or is there a particular flag that someone has to wave? And even if it's a flag that you might agree with, how do you know that they're being truthful? They might just, you hear stories all the time, of situations where people have been told, hey, just come out. We won't shoot you. We won't shoot you. Just come out. Just come out. It's okay. We won't shoot you. And then bam, when they come out, they just get shot.
Well, I've just got a core of people that I can trust, and that's it. Like say an example of if my neighbors see us throwing food and stuff in the car and we're getting the hell out of here and, hey, can I join you? Oh, hell no. Hell no. That's just the way I am, No, you can join with these other neighbors. Fuck off.
Well, if you are in a group, you need to contribute to the group, and
yeah. Well, yeah. Or where's your gear? Where's your canned food? Where's your food? Where's your water? You have nothing to contribute. You're here to take from me. Down the road you go.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Especially if you're on your way to Bugout and they are on the way to Bugout too, and they come to you and they don't have any gear. Hello. No.
No, you're not coming with me. Well, where are you going? And we'll meet you there. I'm telling you shit, dude. Get out of my driveway.
I think this is where stealth has to take on another meaning where you're moving your gear or you're moving yourself so stealthily that no one sees. You don't want to sort of all of a sudden make yourself a target, or you get into any kind of confrontation, or just expose yourself. There's a time and place. If you want to bug out, do it in the right way where you ain't going to be seen. Avoid certain areas.
Yeah.
Stay low key.
As much as you can. Yeah, I agree.
Of course. I mean, if you're wearing a backpack, right? I mean, like, people are going to notice that you're wearing a backpack no matter what.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not give it away. I mean, you can't hide. If I see someone with a backpack, obviously I assume there's something probably in it, like anyone else.
Especially if you've got a gun. If you've got some kind of gun, and straight away, you pull the gun. People have seen you've got a gun, so.
Yeah. If you've got a gun, you're not. If you got a gun, you're not carrying it in your backpack. I'll tell you that.
No, it's going to be on.
Well, you might be carrying a spare, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's going to be in your belt. Right on your hip. Yeah.
I'd say get a good ghillie suit. Get yourself a good ghillie suit, and learn how to be a tree.
Well, there's a good movie I watched recently. It's on Netflix. It's called Viral. It's I put it in a side chat. It's on Netflix. There were some examples in that movie. You can learn a few things from movies, but things not to do, things to do. But a disaster happened, and there was one family in the development where these folks lived. One family only that were filling up the trunk of their car with stuff, bags, boom, 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 and they're out of there right now. They left, and they showed that in the movie for a reason. It's like only one family planned ahead, and they were throwing shit in their car, and they're leaving. Leave it all behind, go survive. But there was a good movie to watch because it's a high school movie basically, and the two sisters, their parents were out of town, so they were left at home alone, and there were mistakes made if you pay attention to the movie and watch.
I saw that. Now that you mentioned that, yeah, one of the girls was like not too bright. The other one knew how to cook, and something like that. Yep.
Yeah, one of the sisters, the younger sister, was watching information on the computer, and watching protocol. It's easy to avoid if you know the protocol. And the other sister walked over and turned it off. Oh, this is boring. I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
That's a big mistake right there. Yeah.
And the one that shut it off had purple hair, probably.
Yeah. She had a boyfriend. She'd bring in the boyfriend over in the parents' absence and screwing around and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But it showed
there is some reality to that.
there is some. Yeah. There was one scene I'm glad they included in that movie was when somebody tried to run the roadblock. The army was at the gate of the complex, and somebody tried to run the roadblock, and guess what happened to them?
Yeah, gone.
It's full on
Deal
martial law. Yeah, they were mowed down. This one car was mowed down. But it's a good movie to watch out. It's a high school movie kind of, but it's a good movie. But another mistake they showed in that movie is where the two girls were there all by themselves. There was no food in the house.
Yeah,
Nothing.
That's right. Then now I remember. Yeah, that was it.
Yep.
There was nothing to eat.
Nothing.
The one sister's just like eating, her and her boyfriend are just eating anything and everything they found.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was no food left. It's like, oh, run to the store. It's like the stores are closed. Why?
Yeah.
Why are they closed? Why can't we just go
Yeah.
buy stuff? Yeah. Where's
Yeah.
my money? Where's my car? I can't get on my bank account.
I think that first night that they were ordered martial law or whatever, stay inside your home. The only thing they had was a box of brownies, a mix, a brownie mix, and that's all they had to eat.
Yeah,
It's
but they didn't know how
big
they didn't know how to
mistake.
use the oven.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
That will not help you in the long run. A brownie mix.
I watched The
No.
Road. That was a depressing movie. Holy fuck, that was depressing.
Yeah, I watched
was
that movie
dark.
too.
That was dark, man. I see it on the
Yeah, it
listing on
is.
Netflix and all that, and I'm like, I watched it once. That's enough. I don't.
And I was thinking about one thing to have, if you have the wrong people with you when you bug out, is that they can give you away your position.
Yes, they can.
Dior's is driving. There he is.
Oh, there he is.
Come on, stick us in the dashboard. We want to see where you're going.
I want to see the road. I want to see this road.
Here.
What you talking
You're
about?
not going to see a whole lot. We're out
There
in
you
the
go.
middle of nowhere.
Well, at least I can see the
Yeah,
clouds.
that's basically me in the middle of nowhere.
We can give you a heads up if a tumbleweed or a coyote's running across the road, or one of those roadrunner things, or
We'll play I Spy.
maybe a tunnel painted on the side of a cliff that looks.
I was trying to get through them damn Guadalupe mountains, man. I just freaking hate that so much. There's like no phone service out of there. It's like the stream was coming in and out, and it's like right now I'm using my truck's electronic logging device as the Wi-Fi hotspot to kind of help boost my cell service, but it's not really helping out much because I'm so far out in the middle of nowhere. But no, I heard Bob going off on diatribe about not trusting family members. Bob knows as well as I do, about certain individuals.
You and I are the same,
Like-
man. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, what I've stated in the past, it's not hyperbole. I will. There are certain family members. Like if things get really bad, and they come looking for me, they will not be alive anymore because, like I said, that's how little trust I have in them.
Just a minute, guys. I got to make dinner reservations here.
Yep, Bob's getting hungry.
Yeah, you said something about long distance breakfast or something like that.
Yeah. Damn, Maria, I fired Maria today. Just today. No long distance breakfast from the
Hey,
island of
Olivia
Macau.
says, yeah, good to see you, man.
I'll make some dinner reservations.
Hi, Olivia.
I'd send you some freeze-dried raw eggs in a jar, but you still have to cook it.
It may take a while to get there too.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah. I've
Have you
been
ever
bought once to eat now.
freeze-dried boiled eggs?
Oh, those are terrible.
Those are terrible.
No, I freeze dry raw. I freeze dry raw eggs,
I mix a little salt water with it, and yeah, they freeze dry great. I turn it to a powder, and I just put a couple scoops in a bowl, add some warm water to it. It rehydrates back into scrambled eggs, pour it in a pot, and have my omelet or my. You're not going to do whole eggs, but scrambled eggs. Who cares? You're getting all the protein you need out of it, and there's nothing killed it except the heat of your cooking it. And I use it in baking too, just powder form.
That's awesome.
Yeah, freeze-dried cooked scrambled eggs are they're just grainy and yeah, they're just terrible.
Yeah.
It'll keep you alive, but you're not going to be very they're not very palatable. Let's see, CR went quiet, Bob went quiet, DS is still hanging in there, and Dewars is going back and forth on his internet there.
Yeah. Definitely.
Because I'm having issues with the mic, remember?
My audio starts coming all garbled.
Yeah, that's what it's doing. Good thing you cut the picture off. That minimizes the stream power or the amount of
yeah.
Hey, Olivia.
Yeah, I'm waiting until I get into Carlsbad, New Mexico. A little bit better cell service. Like I'm still waiting to cross the state line from Texas into New Mexico. Like I said, the Guadalupe National Park. Like I said, it's absolute crap for cell service down in this area.
Yeah, we can still hear you. You just sound a little roboto every now and then.
Already got to Mr. Robot.
Caught a piece of that. I know what you're singing. So DS, what have you bought lately, or put in your bags or whatever? You're always showing something. He walked away for a minute.
Yeah.
Bob is looking through the fridge for something to eat because he's hungry.
Yeah, he needs to eat. He's hungry. His missus is not at home. So.
Yeah, she's out at mass. I don't know what the hell she's doing. I didn't know that little workaholic. She probably offered her 2 or 3 hours of work and she'll take it, Weirdo. I fire her at least once a week, sometimes more.
That's all right. But she's always on the rehire list, right?
Always. Yep.
Yeah.
Top priority right there. She gets the top priority.
Yeah, you have put her on loop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't get food, you're fired. Oh, you're cooking now? Okay, I'll hire you back.
Yeah, that's the way it works.
Well, explain to me, why does CR get rehired?
Get back again.
CR doesn't get rehired. He just keeps showing up for the job as a independent contractor or something. We're not sure yet.
Oh, CR's got something to offer. I like the guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's listening now going, I hate you, Mark. There he is.
Bob, in your absence, I had to fire him in your absence on one of his own YouTube shorts because of, he made such a terrible pun. Like, even I couldn't ignore it.
That's it. We're all going to, now everybody go to CR's channel.
You are 100% authorized.
Everybody go to CR's channel now.
You
watch
are
one
authorized.
of his shorts and just say you're fired. But make sure you hit the like button.
There we go. Hi, Olivia. Yeah, you are completely authorized to do so. Yeah, at your own discretion.
I think I'd fire
It's worth it.
Gil's channel.
It's worth it. It was worth it. That's why I told Steve. I was like, it was worth it then.
Steve fires him all the time, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't do I very rarely do any firing, but when you do something where I just literally cannot ignore it, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to fire you. Even though Bob might have not seen this video, I guarantee you he would have fired you before you even watched the video.
It's like, that has got to be the dumbest pun I've ever seen. You're fired. Forget it. I'll finish watching it. I'll give you the view hours and the comment and the like, but you're fired anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not behaving, you will have the palo, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean, Bob.
Hell,
Yes.
evidently, Bob fired you on live stream show.
And his internet is gone again.
Oh,
You'll have to repeat yourself here in a minute, viewers.
yeah. Olivia, I just connected with your channel and left a comment for you.
Yeah, she's a
there we
nice woman.
Yeah, looks like it. Yep. Mm-hmm. But what would a Saturday be without getting fired or firing someone? Yeah, Diorce, you have full authorization to fire that CR, man. He sets himself up sometimes. Well, yeah, his call dropped. Mm-hmm.
He just hit the valley of death out there,
Yeah, probably.
or Death Valley, or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
See that, or a whole bunch of illegals came running across the road in front of him, and he wrecked
Need
his truck.
more
Oh,
charge.
boy.
Drop down for a bit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
CR fired himself.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Self-termination.
That's it. I'm fired.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
Now it's that time of the evening here, and the birds are starting to scream. You could probably all hear birds going. That's me.
Yeah, I can hear that. But it's nice. I like it.
Oh, I don't mind. Every time I'm on a company WebEx or something, they're like, "Dude, where are you?" It sounds like you're in like an aviary in the local zoo. I'm like, my backyard is a zoo. I got more birds flying around with bird feeders and stuff, and squirrels and things, and my dog barking. And yeah, I like it. I don't even hear it anymore. It just kind of calms me down.
there we
Welcome
go.
back to yours.
Hey, Dior.
Yeah, I refuse to go quietly. The cell network, says otherwise, but it's like, nope, I am determined to stay on here.
Oh, boy. Yeah, got dinner reservations for tonight. I don't know where that woman's at. My guess would be they called her up and offered her a few hours of work, and she took it.
And she probably will not touch her phone while she's working.
Seldom, very seldom. Yeah. Honestly, I do send her love notes while she's at work, and she goes, "Oh, sorry, it takes me so long." I said, "Don't worry about it. I know you're working."
Yep, my wife's the same. She's a nurse. I send her text, and if I don't see, sometimes I'll see that she read it, but no response. I'm like, okay, she saw it, and it's like, yeah, okay, I'll get back to you, honey. I don't bug her. Yeah. I know she's either busy or absolutely not doing anything when I get instant responses. Yeah.
Yeah. The only time I get instant responses is if she's at the nursing stations filling out paperwork or whatever. Yeah. Oh, paperwork right now, huh? And then we can converse for a little while, and then boom, she's gone.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, she's going into cardiology now, so I got to admire her, man. She's almost 60 years old, and she's changing her careers right in the middle.
Sweet.
Yeah. She's going into cardiology, and she studies at home and all that, and hell of a gal.
My wife totally changed her career about the same time I did, and she went from telecommunications circuit design to RN.
Really?
She's like, I just want to be a nurse. I'm like, okay. She did that for like 6 years, taking the classes and evenings and days off and things. And yeah, it was hard. It was a long, drawn out journey. And then she graduated top of her class. And
right. Yeah. Good deal.
She's loving
That's
it.
awesome.
Yeah, the hard part, be
Did,
honest.
did
the
you
hard
give her
part was-
the good old?
What's that?
I was going to ask, did you give her the good old wolf whistle and say hello, nurse, when she graduated?
Nah, we talked about that a few times about wearing the cute little white hat and all that stuff, and no, I don't need that. She wasn't in the mood to play those role playing games, so to speak.
Yeah. Mhm.
But if I have a problem, she has no problem looking, which is fine.
Yeah.
The hard part about her going into cardiology, she's the new guy and she's on graveyard shift. That's hard for me because I've been sleeping next to that woman for the last 20 years, and shit, man.
Now she comes to bed, you're getting up trying to be quiet so she can sleep for the rest of the day.
Right. And I gotta schedule, like I do the laundry and the vacuuming and shit like that. Well, I gotta reschedule everything. While she's sleeping, I don't make any noise. Just stay quiet,
Yeah, so now you're up. She goes to work and you're still awake for a while. It's like, okay, I guess I'm doing laundry and vacuuming at 10 o'clock at night.
I do that. Yeah, I do that. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's the advantage to living in a house compared to an apartment, because you can't do that in an apartment.
Yeah, it's true.
Just have to worry about the neighbors firing up their motorcycle with no muffler on it in the middle of the day and ripping back and forth the street, and the lawnmower that doesn't work worth a darn. And
yeah, that's a fact.
Or you don't have to worry about your crazy neighbor with a golf ball launcher powered by MAP gas.
I don't do that. Wait, who does that? Oh, that's right, I do.
You do.
Yeah. I forget what show was that on that I showed that. It was on somebody's live stream the other night. Yeah,
it was on Bob's live stream.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It was on Bob's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a potato gun right here. Oh, look, I even have a golf ball cannon. I forgot to mention that when we would shoot that thing in the evening. Oh, there was like a 20-inch blue flame front that came out of the barrel of that thing when that golf ball just went a million miles an hour. It was frightening.
You really, Mother Earth Garden, you see her comment there? She worked in the mental health unit. That's someplace. Yeah. Oh, God.
That's where my wife is right now. She likes the one unit, but when they're slow and they send her to the other unit, she is not happy.
Not happy. Going into a no.
You get all the local vagrants in there with all kinds of problems and screaming and yelling and just being generally dumb.
Well, she in cardiology, she recently had a mental health patient, because they need cardiac care too. The guy's been there for a while, and he asked her, their nurse thing, it just has her first name on it. So he's asked, this guy's schizophrenic.
Yeah, what's your last name? What's your last name?
Bingo.
Yeah.
And where do you live? How many kids do you have? Yeah. I'm your friend.
I got 75 kids, and I live in somewhere on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, look at that freaking CR. You see that freaking guy? I'm nursing. Oh, he put a comment in there. CR put a comment in there. I'm nursing my coffee right now. That's strike one, dude. That's strike one.
That's two strikes at once on that one.
Okay, strike one said the consensus says that's strike two.
Hey, Bob, you can give me a strike here in a second. Hey, ACR, is that coffee been doctored?
Oh, God. I'm going to rethink my life right now. Why do I subject myself to all these reprobates, man?
Is it prescription coffee or subscription coffee? Yeah.
Oh, shit. Fired, chef. You're fired. And that's the first thing. You got fired before CR did. You're fired.
Click, I'm out of here.
Yeah, chef's gonna be like, "You can't fire me. I quit."
Yeah,
I quit. I'm going back to my food. You can starve your ass to death. Your wife
CR
and I'm eating.
CR right
But,
there.
I mean-
and you think mine are bad, LOL.
I mean, all joking aside, though, like I said, my hat's off to the nurses because, like I said, I mean, I can't imagine what they have to put up with. I mean, I think I consider myself to be a fairly tame patient compared to what all of them had to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you know, like I said, when I was hospitalized for two months, recovered from COVID, man, that absolutely sucked, you know.
I saw those videos, Dioris. Man, you were in a bad way. You were bad off, man.
Yeah.
Medically induced coma and a respirator and all that stuff.
Oh, jeez. Lucky
Yeah.
you made
Yeah.
it out alive.
That's why I hear these YouTubers go, "Oh, it was all a cover up. It was blah blah blah." I was going, watch this guy's
No.
fucking channel. He was in a fucking medically induced coma on a respirator, for fuck's sake. You think it's fake? You know?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Am I going to say it's more deadly or less deadly than the flu? No. You know, because like you said, it could happen at any time. But I was just going to say, going back to my experience, the nurses and all that, like I said, I like I said, my hat's off to them. I'm not gonna lie, like I said, I felt, you know, humbled, humiliated. You know, I don't know how else to describe it, but you know, just like literally having somebody like literally bathe you and wipe you and clean you up. You know, like every day. You know, every day. You know, it's like some, you know, and I had some dipshit say, "Oh man, that sounds like a sexual fantasy." It's like, well, it wasn't for me, man. I'm telling you, like, I felt embarrassed. I felt, like I said, I felt humiliated. You know, I was 30 years old. I couldn't even walk on my own 2 feet. You know, I couldn't even stand. You know, because of the atrophy of the muscles. You know, being bedridden for so long.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, it was just embarrassing. You know, I hated it. I absolutely hated it.
CR says he's being patient now.
Yeah. You're out of here, CR. You're out of here.
CR said that's
strike 3.
I get the embarrassment part, not the other part, because you know you go into a cath lab in the hospital where your wife works, and one of her best friends gets to shave you. It's like, yeah, whatever. Just do what you do. I really don't care at this point. Just give me the drugs so I don't remember this crap.
Most of our nurses here in the States are from Philippines, and let me tell you what, guys, if you got to go into a hospital, guaranteed at least one of your nurses is gonna be a Filipina.
My second favorite nurse I dealt with was actually a Filipina. She was really cool. We had great conversations.
They are very sweet. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh man. Like I said, I loved her. Like you know, she treated me like she was, you know, like she was my mother essentially. Only you know, minus the nagging. You know. But it was great. No, she didn't nag at me. I'm just saying. You know, like I said, when I say minus the nagging. You know, she didn't nag, you know. Not that my mom really nagged, so I'm just saying, you know, she loved me like I was her son, you know. It was great. You know. Her and another nurse, you know, like I said, I loved them both. They were both my favorite nurses.
But if you learn some of their language before you go into a hospital, and you know, do a procedure for you and go salamat, you know, salamat so much. And they'll look at you like, where did you learn that, sir? Asawa ko Pilipina babae. Oh, really? And that means my wife is a Filipina. And then they usually will ask you in return in their language, where is she from? I did that once, and I had like 5 Filipina nurses standing around my bed. Ooh, you know, dude, I walked on water from that fucking moment forward.
And then your wife walked in the door, took one look at all 5 of them, said, "Y'all get out of here. He's mine."
No. But they really respect you when you're married to one, because that's when they start calling you, when you're kuya. Kuya means brother, you know. Yeah. It's just to learn a little bit of language in their language, and they really appreciate it. You know.
Yeah, at that time, like I said, I still don't know Tagalog. I don't know really any Philippine language, but
Yeah.
I do remember one of the conversations we had. We talked, ironically enough, we talked about the eruption of Mount Pinatubo in 1991.
Mm-hmm.
And she was telling me she was 13 years old when she was evacuated during the eruption.
Yep. Were you still in the Navy in 91, Steve?
I was barely born in 91.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, I'm a product of the Persian Gulf War. You know, my dad was stationed in Schuschenberg. My dad's the Persian Gulf War veteran.
Okay.
Like I said, my birth, the time of my birth and everything, and the location was direct result of the Persian Gulf War.
Yeah, I was in the Air Force back when the Philippines, and then just right around the end of my enlistment, Pinatubo blew up and Clark Air Force Base was gone, and I was like, God dang it! That was always on my dream sheet to go there. Because any single man wants to go there, So I was like, son of a bitch, man! I missed my opportunity.
Yeah, like I said, I had a lot of crazy conversations with a lot of different nurses. It's like some of the conversations started talking a little bit about prepping, but like I know one of the conversations I was talking with one of the nurses about.
And there went his signal.
Yep.
There he goes. Lost the signal again.
Oh well.
Yeah.
It happens.
Now, like talk about some of the.
You're breaking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's breaking.
All right, I'm gonna wait till I get closer to Carlsbad.
Okay.
Hey, looks like we got a little bit of time. What time? You started an hour late, didn't you, Sharon?
No, the same time.
That's
my
right.
time is 22:10:56 now, so I started precisely when I should.
At 3, my time. 3. Okay, yeah. I thought it was always at 2. I was like ready to go. I'm like, oh wait, no, I'm out. And then I'm like, oh wait, I'm back.
No, I usually go live on Sunday nights here, but I'm not going to tonight because the wife will be home, and I'll be honest with you, I miss her. I want to hang out with my wife rather than you bunch of freaking whatever you are,
Reprobates.
Yeah, it's the time,
reprobates.
please.
Yeah, I like that word, reprobates. Yeah.
Pun makers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's CR and Chef.
Yeah, you know.
Okay.
Here's a question for the preppers. What if how to bug out with your family when they can't keep up with you? What if we was considered the ones that was holding everything back?
Well, if we got all the stuff and we're holding them back, yeah, go on by your damn self. I got everything here. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the system saying that the people in the world are holding them back from what they want to do. They have a master plan, but it doesn't evolve us. We because we haven't evolved yet. We're slow coaches. Our family bloodlines, the reason why they say they're at the top is because they've evolved, and that's why they love evolution and stuff like that, because they can say, well, we've evolved and our family's evolved. And we throughout the centuries, we know how to be really good people, blah, blah, blah. And what if we was considered the ones, slowing them down, and they want to just eradicate us?
Well, you're better off without people like that.
Yeah, but what if we was the ones? What if they considered the people, the general masses out there, as like slowing down progress, and as a reason for them actually messing it up in the first place, to say, well, we've got plans to get something new, but you're in the way, so we're going to make it really bad for you and really impossible for you, to the point where you're going to have to maybe even try and survive out to where we don't know. I mean, okay, we find a little spot in the bushes, in the forest, in the mountains, or what have you. Okay, we're avoiding people. It's only how long can we avoid people? How long? Do we eventually try to regroup with a group? But what state?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you to answer that question. That how long can it go until you to avoid people? Unless you live out in like the most northern reaches of Canada, or if you live out in the Alaskan frontier, you're gonna run across people.
Yeah.
Like hell, like even like I had stated in the past back when I used to live in Colorado. So state of Colorado is like 5,000 more square miles bigger than the entire British Isles combined. And the state of Colorado had like less than 1/10 of the population of the entire British Isles. And I said, even if I was to be out in the furthest, most reaches of the western mountains of Colorado, I guarantee you at some point in time I would have ran into somebody eventually. If we're talking about shit hits the fan, everybody's bugging out, because eventually everybody's going to get the idea. I know I'm going to go out to the woods, because that's what's going to happen. That's what a lot of people are going to do.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna find somebody's cabin and go there. Yeah.
Well,
not even that necessarily. Oh, I know this lake on State Park over here. I'm just gonna go out there. I remember camping out there. Yeah, you and everybody else who's camped there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden, those millions of people in the city, say for example, you've got a city with 10 million people, they can all of a sudden spread quite far and wide, those 10 million people.
My answer to that question is either you're going to get picked up and cared for by other people, or you're going to die.
Yeah, you're going to get victimized.
You're going to die. Either one. That's the answer to the question. If you get left behind.
What's the question?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that part. What's the question?
He was asking the question, what if you are the person who is left behind?
What if What if we are considered the ones that are slowing the progress down? I'm talking in general, in the world. And, what if the preppers society, what if the people were the enemy? What if the people were stopping them? And, what if to say we ain't going to start getting picked off then? Okay, the survivors. Let's use our robot dogs after them. We've made it out into the mountains, and we think we can avoid people, but we can't avoid people. Okay, we can, whatever, So there's going to be so many variables. There's going to be.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that. All right. I guess I'm mostly speaking from generally speaking. More than likely, you're probably going to run across somebody. Like, I'm just saying, all right. If we're talking about abandoning a family member because they can't go on, like I said, unfortunately, that might end up happening in a lot of cases. I don't live with my parents, but let's just say, because really, my parents are the only family that I've got outside of my cat that rides with me in my truck. If we got together for some reason we had the bug out and we had the bug out on foot, I'm dead serious. I don't think either one of my parents could make it. Both my parents are well in their 60s. My mom is in really, really, really poor physical health. I mean, she's doing better than most, her age, given her circumstances. But unless we're bugging out in a vehicle, and even then, I can't really ask much of them. Hell, I've got physical limitations myself, after
we all do.
being hospitalized.
We all do.
Yeah. I'm the same way. After I had cancer, a lot of my muscle mass has not come back. So I'm limited.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I could have a sprain. You could be the strongest person. Oh, now you got a sprain, a broken leg. Now you're less able. You can be sick, right?
Yeah.
SHTF doesn't pick a time. It could be any time, right? You could be sick, right?
Yeah.
Like
that's
you
one of the
Shadow.
reasons.
Like what happened if something happened while you were sick? You don't have a choice. It's not, rain or
This
shine,
is one,
right?
one of the reasons why I've always been against bugging out unless it's like the last resort, unless you absolutely have
Correct.
to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
it would be the last
And
resort.
I've mentioned, like I said, stuff like mechanical injuries, like sprains, and then Steve brought up the fact, that there was a lady that was trying to get in contact with them about, how to prepare, and she watched the wrong videos, and all the talking heads at the time were, the experts were talking about you need to bug out, and she was mentioned that she had two kids, one was 8 and the other one was 10. Look, that throws a whole nother wrench, that's a whole nother group of dynamics that you got to worry about, and you got to worry about kids.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not a naysayer, and I'm not negative about this, but you just got to be pragmatic. You got to understand, like, some people aren't going to make it.
Well, yeah, I've said this before. Not everyone makes it till the end of the story, let alone the end of the chapter of the book.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? It's just the way it is, unfortunately, right? But that's why preparedness is supposed to be there to give you a better chance, more options, a little bit more to work with, right? Because when you have the resources and options, at least then you can at least have a chance.
A plan.
All right?
Yeah.
A plan too, right? No, and stuff. Because if you don't have the resources, the gear, the skill, the experience, and the knowledge, you got nothing. There's nothing left. It's there's no hope then, right? Because there's nothing left. And once you've got no hope, it goes downhill.
I've stated something similar to the effect. I've said something to the effect of, prepping doesn't guarantee your survival; it just increases your odds of survival.
Exactly. It gives you a little bit more to work with. All right, that's all we're doing. We're just giving us a little bit more time doing the stuff while it's easy right now, while the grid's up, while society's still happening, right? While it's still easy. Now later on, when it's even more difficult because you can't find it, can't source it out, we're in an area or society that you can't just buy your way out of it, right? Because if you can't buy it, you don't have to make it or find it.
Yeah, another important club says every scenario will require a unique solution. Flexibility is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that, because every scenario is not the same. Even if you have two exactly same scenarios, they are different.
Yeah, there could be a difference between it flooding or because of tsunami. Yeah, they're very similar, but generally you want to hit high ground, but it's totally different from a fire. How are you going to plan that out, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's like what Bob was stating earlier, why he was saying why he won't join groups, why he won't just join some rando or let some rando join. Like you said, people are an unknown. People are unknown unless there's somebody that you live and work with every day and you've got a good feel on them, you just don't know. And like I said, just, you all could all be under the same scenario and you could be lumped together, but, just one person could, throw off the whole dynamics. You always got some asshole. Sorry to curse in your stream there, Shadow. But you always got some a-hole who's got to be king shit on Turd Island. They feel the need. They've got to control not even necessarily alpha male. I've seen number one. I see in the corporate world, where women want to be the, they want the white collar jobs. They want to be the bosses and everything like that. It's one. But they want to be able to order people around, but
take charge.
They don't. Yeah, take charge, but they don't. Yeah, just say verbally take charge, but they don't actually take charge. Because to me, taking charge is, you're also, picking up a shovel and joining the other people who get you, and you. You're going to be digging it. you're gonna you're not delegating. You're gonna be a part of
by
what's getting
example.
detail.
You lead by
Exactly.
example, not just by saying, "Oh."
And
You
that's
do
the
all the
problem.
work.
There just not too many. Like I said, there's just too many people. Like I said, delegate. But like I said, they don't lead by example.
Exactly, right? I mean, like, a group leader would be like that kind of person to be like, all right, well, there's someone slow behind. I'm gonna walk back and help them, make sure they can catch up with us, maintain the pace, right?
Yeah,
You know,
I think the Marine Corps.
maybe. I was gonna say maybe even like pick up their bag to lighten their load a bit because they still got the strength to keep going, right?
Yeah, well, I think the U.S. Marine Corps, if I'm not mistaken, and I think they've got, and I think even the U.S. Army has something similar, but I think they've got like a saying. It's called "Embrace the suck." You know, so like, I mean, you're in a crappy situation. You know, everybody's gonna partake in the crappy situation. Embrace the suck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prevention is better than cure as well. I think if you keep things very basic, and try to remember things like avoid injuries when you can. We talked earlier about things like boots. If you've got, which I'll come back to boots in a second. Things like boots, and even things like simple things like, when you walk in through bushes, you might get something in the eye. I think PV mentioned that earlier on.
Safety glasses.
I mentioned that earlier too.
So yeah, I think it was it you, CR? Sorry. Okay. Keeping it basic. Everyday carry kind of stuff. So avoidance. Prevention is better than cure. So avoiding injuries. Don't get ankle busted. Don't avoid. Try to.
Slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
How many of us? Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Each of us here. I don't know how many's watching, how many's here. If everyone can tell me if they prep with boots. Who's a boot prepper here? I'm going to put my hand up. I'm going to quickly put my hand up.
I've done a video on boots.
I'm a boot prepper. So
I'm a winter boot kind of guy more, but yeah.
Okay. So are they? So do you? And also the other question is, do you have them new in a box? And what I wanted to say about the boots was quickly, even if you've got new pairs, people might think, okay, these are my future boots. I'm prepping. I've got boots that I wear now.
Every single pair I've got, not a single one is new in the box. Every single one are worn and they are broke in. They're not like worn out; they're broke in.
Yes,
every single pair I've got.
That's what
I've got multiple pairs that are on a rotation.
Yes, I wanted to say that if you have got any boots that are new and they're not being broken in, you're thinking, well, in the future I'm prepping. Get your boots out, wear them. I do the same thing, my friend. I do exactly the same thing. I rotate all my boots, and
that's like with any gear.
Breaking in a new pair at the moment. I broke them in. I was thinking, okay, and boy, they're horrible. But you've got to break them in.
Well, that's like any gear, right? It can be any type of clothing or anything, right? You want to make sure you've kind of seen it in action, and not assume that it's going to be like good to go.
Exactly, your tent situation. You don't want to be on a mountain,
especially a tent.
And your tent, and all of a sudden, everything's got blown away. You're in the.
Yeah, because something like a tent is something you want to be able to. You've already done this before, right? Not like for example, if you go camping or whatever, you got a new tent. People say out there, set it up in your backyard to start with. At least that way, when you set it up at your campground, or if you really have to use it, you already done this before, so it's more like muscle memory versus. What's this piece? Where does this go? You already know it because you already done it. At least once, if not more, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, like going for a walk with your bag, right?
Yep.
Don't assume that you can do this, right? Go walk with it. Or what I've said is like, go walk around in your place, in your apartment, in your home with it to start with, right? If you can't even do that, then you're not going to be able to just walk out into the woods or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Get it on.
I'm glad.
And, I've got a friend who makes videos, and he's got everything in such a way that when he's walking, he's comfortable because he's got pouches on his belt, pouches on the bag. pouches on the shoulder, and you know, all of a sudden, people got all these different pouches, and then don't walk with their bags, they don't walk with their kits, they got their chest rigged, they got their knee pads, they got, you know, and they never wear it. You know, they never sort of put it all on and test it out. You know, I mean, you do get a lot of people that just sort of stand in the mirror with gear on, but
Well, I mean,
you know, it's not the same as getting out there and testing it out.
you know, here's a good example. During the winter time, for me, I have to try out stuff when it's actually cold out because I'm not going to assume it's warm until I actually go try it when it's like 30, minus 22 Fahrenheit out. Because I have no idea. I'm just assuming that it's going to be warm until then, right? But when it's actually those conditions and it's actually working the way it, you know, or keeping me warm, then at least then I know for sure. I piece data points for it, right? And I'm not inferior to work. You know, it's rated for this. It's like saying the rating on a sleeping bag or something like that, right? There's some variations in terms of like what you're wearing, if you know, run hot or colder and stuff like that. Is it raining? Is it, you know, are you wet? Are you cold? Are you under the weather and stuff like that?
I'm glad you brought up sleeping bags because what I've noticed with sleeping bags, they'll have two ratings on there. You know, one is rated for this is the coldest temperature that can be used in, and this is the most comfortable.
Yeah,
coldest temperature that can be used in.
Yeah. And sometimes that's just dictated by the brand at times, right? But it's good to know for sure by actually going out there with a known temperature, right? You know, even if it's in your backyard to start with, right? At least then technically you were outside with it at least.
It's a good idea to get out there, test your gear, test your boots, test your bags, test your tent, test your bags, sleeping
That
bag.
should be a topic right there, Shadow.
Yeah, exactly.
Right there. That should be a topic right there. You should write that down. Pencil that in.
Testing your gear days, you know, sort of saying exactly things like electricity. Go 1 day a week without electricity, without gas. Go 2 days a week.
That's what my parents had to do yesterday. They had to go basically a day without electricity. We had some nasty winds rolling through western United States. Like there's a big storm system that stretched far north of like Wyoming and went clear down here to South Texas.
Mm-hmm.
That was horrible. They had to shut the power grid down due to the high winds.
So some people are forced to sort of have to, you know, you might have had a lot of people sort of running around saying, "Where's this? Where's that?" Or some people are already ready. You know, I've got a friend who lives in Florida. They're like, "Well, you know, we've got this just in case." Every year we've got boards, we've got in the garage, we've got, you know, lamps, we've got lights, backup generators, and
proactive, right? Less reactive, more proactive approach.
Yep.
Right. Exactly right. Because that gives you that time. That gives you that time because you're doing it beforehand. Because a lot of these things then force us to bug out or like even shelter in place or whatever, right? Like a hurricane or whatever, tornado, whatever, flooding or whatever. There's some of the stuff has a very short window of lead time. Like an earthquake or something like that. There's almost virtually no lead time, right? So whatever you do beforehand is not helpful, in my opinion.
Prevention is
God bless you.
If you can.
Sorry.
God bless you. Yeah. Even knowing how to put a bandage on, you know, even things like that, and how to wash stuff out of someone's eye, even the basics. You know, just
elevating the wound, you know, and stuff like that.
That reminds me, I'm gonna have to get I'm gonna have to get my first aid and CPR certifications redone since they expired like 2 months ago.
Always good to have stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Shadow, I will slide out at the bottom of the hour, by the way. That's why I'm actually talking a little bit faster and more here.
Okay, I figured that out.
Less puns and more explanations.
He's going to slide out because the temperature dropped and the water froze, so he can't stand still anymore. He's going to slide out.
I'm just being very punctual here. to say that. I've been waiting to say that like the whole afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, figures.
I just like that I'm just nursing my coffee, and then Chef Tag comes in. Did you doctor it?
Yeah, Bob's not listening now, which is good because he'd fire
Yeah,
us.
I know.
And he'd fire you.
And
for
Bob will come back here all fired.
Yeah. And then CR responds with, "I'm just being patient right now."
Good time.
All right, yours needs some good entertainment while he's driving out there by himself.
I do, man. Like,
Yeah. We'll keep him awake. We'll keep him awake.
I appreciate that, I really do, because like I said, this is a long, boring drive.
You know what? On a serious note, if you're bugging out with people, right, you might actually have to diffuse some tension with some humor, right? Get some laughs going, because it's gonna be a serious situation anyways, right? So a little bit of humor might help, right? Just to kind of loosen you up, right? You still be serious, but sometimes you could.
You know what? You could write a book about that, because you could write a book, humor in SHTF situations.
Oh, Bob's back. I better be serious.
About that.
Bob's back. All right, be serious.
Okay, everyone, we gotta be serious now.
Well, like I said, I'm glad you guys brought that up, though. Like I said, all joking aside, I think the British, I want to say the British military, they did like a study on humor, because like the officers, I think for a while there, I think like some of the lower ranking field officers, they were getting angry with the enlisted, especially when after the heat of the battle was over with, how they'd resort to dark humor to kind of deal with their emotions, and they thought it was not tactful and everything like that, and would try to admonish them. But like I said, they later on did a study and realized, well, actually, it greatly reduces the stress and actually reduces the PTSD that a lot of the British soldiers experience from whatever firefight it was they just survived.
It's easy for the officers to speak. It's easy for the officers to say, "Joking aside, lads."
Yeah.
When they're
right?
Essentially humour sort of helping them out. Well, actually, isn't that how sort of blues started, where you got people building trains or building stuff and they're singing songs?
Well, guys, I'm gonna bounce out of here, and I'll just leave you.
Okay.
Take care, Bob.
I'll just leave you with this. If you got food and water stored away in your house, just the very basic necessities of food and water, you're better off than your neighbors.
Yep.
That's it.
Definitely.
All right. Peace out, guys.
Take care, Bob.
Okay, Bob.
Take a shower and have a coffee. So later.
Yeah.
He's gonna go drink some of that doctored coffee, and he's gonna nurse it all night.
He was just patiently waiting.
Yeah, he was just patiently waiting.
Wait. You gotta put him one side. He was patiently waiting so he can nurse his doctored coffee. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna fire myself for that one.
Yeah.
No, but honest,
he's literally putting everybody's link on there, which is fine. I don't mind.
No, but on a serious note, sometimes that kind of humor is good for morale, right? Because sometimes, because sometimes you're gonna remember this, like the reasoning for doing something and all this stuff, right? Because like sometimes a little bit of humor afterwards, right? Not saying it's not serious or anything, but just to kind of make you understand, it's serious, but it's not as bad as it seems, right? You're still able to like kind of make a joke afterwards, to kind of laugh it off or walk it off, right?
I use humor when I train my team. I'm like, if you don't shut the power off when you're working on this thing, your hair's going to look like mine, which is all curly. And they laugh, but they remember it, and that's how that's part of my training style. But yeah, humor.
Like a squeaky toy.
Yeah, that's my dog, Squeaky Toy, because I'm talking again. That's what he does.
Yeah.
But yeah, humor is great to use because it's usually something you'll remember more so than, okay, make sure you lock out, tag out, power down before you get your test meter out. Put your goggles on. You know, and then they'll like, okay, and then they forget about it and then they get hurt.
Well, especially if adrenaline's running through your system, right? That
Yeah.
and stuff like that. You want to be able to like kind of settle back down, think clearly to a certain degree, right?
Like the robotic.
Yeah, you have a poodle.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, poodles are really nice dogs, in my opinion.
Yep.
Except the one in the Hulk movie.
They are intelligent, very intelligent dogs.
I think they are the most intelligent breed. I don't know unless collie or border collie is more intelligent, because I think they're more intelligent than German shepherds are.
Oh no, CJ, did you hear? Oh, my dog's listening. By the way, he's a German Shepherd. It's okay. I'm only kidding. CJ, it's okay.
But you know, for example, like let's say if we were like the leader or like kind of leading the party or whatever, right? Like sometimes you gotta encourage the person in the back a little bit more, right? Get them kind of in that state of mind to keep going.
Hey, Venerable Owl, good to see you, brother.
Oh, there he is. I was wondering where he was. Like the whole time. Like the whole time.
I saw he was in
the beginning.
long before I.
Yeah, he just put out a video too.
Go live. So it said, hey, did it change the time? No, I didn't.
It's the daylight savings time.
Yeah, but we changed
Third.
time March 30. So
yeah,
so we are still on winter time.
Yeah, so next week we'll be back to normal for everyone.
I'm not sure if I'll be on next week.
Well, I know PV won't be. So
yeah, I know. Like, so the only reason why I'm here right now is because I got voluntold that I'm going to be working this Saturday.
Yeah, I was so surprised to see you. I was just like, dang, Steve's here, guy.
Yeah, that don't normally happen.
I know. That's why I was like, wow.
I've got a gate. I'm trying to rebuild this damn side gate in the backyard. All right. Long story short, while I was away, according to my roommate, somebody apparently snuck onto our property, and I got no trespassing signs posted everywhere, but they didn't care anyway. They ignored them.
Yeah.
Somebody snuck under our property, went up to the side gate, and they dumped a dog in our backyard. This dog was like a pit bull mix of some kind. At least it's what my roommate was telling me is what it looked like. And pit bulls, they're aggressive, but not only are they aggressive, they're destructive. Well, this dog was apparently stupid too, but it was hell bent on trying to leave the way it came in, and it busted out a couple of the wooden slats on this gate and did a good number on this gate. Well,
more work.
One Saturday that I was there, I was out there doing yard work, and like I said, I was out there with my propane torch, burning weeds, doing weed control, and burning some of the piles of leaves that piled up. Well, apparently, the vine that was growing up on the concrete cinder block wall where this gate is attached was smoldering, and the wind was blowing just right, and the vine itself, it was green, still managed to catch fire and ended up catching the corner of that gate on fire. So I inadvertently ended up finishing that gate off. So now I got to put a whole new gate in.
Yeah, even more.
So, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right. I got to bury a 4x4 pressure treated post in the ground. But right now I'm running into some issues. Somebody buried a whole bunch of bricks in the yard right where I'm going to put this post, because this post is where I'm going to attach my gate latch. For this new gate.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm going to concrete the post in, but I got to dig out all these bricks, and then I got to jackhammer away some concrete that was evidently poured there previously.
Yeah. You know, can I mention something? It reminds me of something I would like to say.
Yeah, sure.
They
On a
probably
serious note.
backfilled your property like they did mine with all the rocks and local rubbish and rubble, and then just put a couple inches of topsoil on it, planted grass. Said, "Look,
Yeah.
it's a pretty yard."
Yeah, well, like this house is an old house. This house was built in 1953. It's not a bad house for what it is. It's very solid. You know, I've got a brick facade on the outside. It's got concrete cinder block walls for, the main part of the house, including the interior walls. And then it's got, that hardy board, the concrete hardy board on the inside, and they textured it to make it look like it's drywall when really all it is cinder blocks with hardy board on it.
Oh wow! Well, it's semi-bulletproof then, anyway.
Yeah, for most of your small arms calibers, firearms. I don't think I'd be
resistant.
Yeah, it'll definitely resist. Yeah, it'll definitely resist 308. For a limited time, but I wouldn't be shooting anything bigger than 308 at it.
Nah. So I want our next house to be built out of brick. So gives you a little extra security, especially in areas where people hunt a lot.
Yeah, straight rounds ain't no fun out there when you're out there in the country and you don't know who's out there hunting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So like I was saying, I said this earlier, but one of the things I've been reconsidering is like, if you're bugging out, right? Yeah, vehicles, conveyance, wheels, and all that stuff, right? But there may be a time where you're just gonna be simply on foot, just because the nature of the situation or whatever, right? So I've been reconsidering, like I mentioned it earlier about like trekking poles, walking sticks, even crutches to a certain degree, right? I mean, like, because like if you look at the movies and shows out there when people are injured or something like that, someone's, they got a person on each side, all right? Which means that they're, you see that, right? And it slows people down, right?
Yeah.
It's, and stuff like that. And some terrain hazards or whatever, like mud or whatever, water or whatever, sometimes having an extra footing or something to probe the ground might be useful. Because in, like, let's say more flood or deeper water, you can't see the bottom. You have no idea how deep it is. Something like a walking stick or a trekking pole, you might be able to probe it a little bit and be like, oh, there's a big hole right here.
Kind of standard. A walking stick should be a kind of trekking pole should be a standard thing. If you do have bug-out gear, yeah.
Yeah, because I was just thinking, like, like that could be a very useful item. At least, because then at least people can kind of use it if they want to or whatever, right? Because I know the hiking community and the campers out there, or the ultralight hikers or whatever, they got trekking poles, right? The bushcrafters like their walking sticks, right, and stuff like that. So, I mean, I've used it before too, like something like a trekking pole or a walking stick, right? Just because I was walking around a water or riverbed, right? Just so I could just probe the ground and be like, oh, that's not solid. Because you might be avoiding injuries in the first place, right? Because you're not stepping into something you think isn't only so deep, but it's actually a lot deeper, right? You know what I mean? Because, again, you don't want to sprain, let alone break something, right? Because once that happens, then you're even worse shape, because now it's going to slow you down even more than usual, right? Because if you can't walk, you're slow.
Making sure you don't get wet, having a good rain jacket.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because you could be the strongest, most fit person, but if you sprain or break a leg, well, you're less able now. It don't matter, and you can only hop so much without something to support you.
Yeah.
You're gonna need crutches or something, all right? And if people are helping you, then that means, now they gotta carry even more weight, supposedly, right? You might have to be ditching gear, unfortunately, just because to make it through. Unfortunately, so just something I was thinking about.
Yeah, having the right clothing.
Yeah. and stuff like that to make this trip in the first place, right?
Don't have a cotton t-shirt in the winter.
Well, I'm pretty sure in the winter I'm not wearing just a t-shirt. It's real. I'm pretty sure I'm wearing a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Maybe a vest. I mean, I know some people out there have their vests. I mean, those battle belts or whatever and stuff like that. Because they distribute the weight over your hips or whatever. So the weight's not just on your back like a backpack, right? It's in front of you too and stuff like that. It distributes the weight more like body armor can distribute the weight over yourself, right? So it's over your hips or whatever, and not just on your shoulders or on your back, right? And not only that, if you gotta ditch your bag or whatever, right? At least you still got something on you because of how you're wearing it, right? It's part of your like everyday carry or a way, you got extra things with you still. Kind of deal, right? It's like the Ferricine ride laces or having paracord on your laces, right? You kind of already planned it ahead, all right? So you have these items with you too, right? So even if you got to ditch the backpack for whatever the reason is, because the weight, let's say you're injured, right? You might have to, right? You might have to slim it down all the way down to like bare necessities like food and water. That's it. Maybe a knife. You gotta ditch the fancier stuff. You gotta ditch the multi-tool, right? Because you can't carry the weight anymore or whatever, right? So
if you can't carry the weight of a multi-tool with nothing,
I'm
you got some serious problems.
No, I'm just saying like overall, like you might have to ditch that heavier stuff, right? You'd be like, oh, I can't carry the axe anymore. You might have to slim it down to like, let's say, like a pocket knife or a Mora that's a lighter weight, for example, right?
Pair of dry socks. Yeah,
something like that. You might have to tear it all the way down, right? Because the gear allows you capability, but sometimes you still have to carry it forward that weight, all right? Yeah, it's gonna help you, but you have to be able to carry it forward. And if you can't anymore, then you'll have to purge it. Just because for the simple fact it's just slowing you down now,
Okay, ditch it nicely though. Bury it somewhere where you can find it again.
Yeah, it's possible, right?
If you waited all these years to sort of like you've prepared yourself, your bug out bag, you've had your multi-tool for 15 years, you've had your other little item in your bug out bag for like, 5 years, you've prepared for this moment, blah, 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 and then all of a sudden, collectively, it's taken so long for you to get your little kit together. It's unique to you, what have you.
Yeah.
It's the last thing you got in the world.
Hey, I'm gonna bail, Shadow. I forgot my wife's coming home early, and I got the whole driveway blocked up with my vehicles, and I gotta cook dinner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy wife, happy life.
Okay,
Yeah, you better go do that.
problem.
Yeah. All right, I'll catch
Or
you all
better
next
do-
week.
Okay,
Yeah.
Later,
Yeah,
Chef Day.
catch you next week.
Later.
Or else he
Drive
get
safe,
fired.
viewers.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get fired, right?
Nah, he fired himself.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
He doesn't want his wife to fire him.
All right. We'll see if I can make it until like quarter 2. Like battery's starting to drop a little bit more than I
I'm
think.
thinking more and more of like spending more money on like the clothing and maybe a bit less on the bug out gear, because if you do have to ditch it, at least you've got your first line of defense, which really needs to be solid. I would say your boots, your trousers.
Well, maybe a little bit more something that can handle different conditions.
Yeah.
Weather.
Yeah.
Something like wool that might be a little bit more durable.
Yeah.
For example, right? Yeah. As much as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't just fall apart.
Yeah.
Much more, reinforced.
Well, because when you look at like real world events or whatever, even recently, why do people bug out in the first place? Why do people leave areas in the first place? Usually because the area is unsafe for whatever the reason, war, water, flooding, fire, these things, and that force people out. Yeah. Or like an earthquake that causes the home to be unsafe, right? It's not livable anymore because, for example, right? So it forces you to go to another location or quote unquote bug out or get out of Dodge, right? And stuff like that. I always see it, if you look at it like that, then you plan it like that, right? So, for example, you know, a hurricane or flood-prone area or whatever, right? I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna make sure not only do I have the socks with me, and I have them in a waterproof, sealed baggie, absolutely, right? Because if I'm bugging out, it's probably gonna be wet out. For example, right? You know what I mean? Like if it's a fire-prone area or whatever, right? I'd be like, okay, water's got to be the most important thing for me in this case, right? You know,
Yeah.
maybe wools, right? Avoid synthetics, right? Because in that heat, right? You don't want to have your clothes start melting because it's so, or stray sparks hitting you and melting, you know, and not just burning a hole for your clothing, but like kind of causing it to you, right? At least wool, at least, you know, yeah, it'll still burn, but it won't just, you know, there will be a degree of fire resistance to it, right?
Yeah,
And it would help you.
slowly if it burns at all.
Yeah, and it'll help you even if it's wet to a certain degree too, right? So something like that.
Yeah, but the wool takes a longer time to dry up.
Yeah, true. Because yeah, usually once it's saturated all the way through, it takes a little bit longer to dry out all the way back out again. But it does, to a certain degree, retain its heat value to a certain degree in comparison to like cons and synthetics, to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it depends how tight the weave is on the wool. Because if it's very loose, then yeah, wind still don't pass through it. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had incidents where I was wearing wool. I'm like, yeah, I was kind of cold still, but I mean, like, but that's because it was windy too, right? I mean, like, but if I was wearing like cotton or synthetic, I would probably been colder. I know I would have been.
So making sure we've got like a little backup in our bug-out bag is a good idea. Thermal bottoms, as well as the ones that you may well be wearing depending on the time of year.
Yeah.
So having a backup, so like you said, socks, perhaps having some sealskin socks, some waterproof socks is a good idea.
Yeah. You know, and factoring when is the likelihood that you're going to be doing this bug out, right? I mean, like a hurricane area or whatever, let's say Florida, Carolinas, whatever, on the east side of the U.S., right? That's probably during hurricane season, right? Probably during the summertime. So stuff like water, it's probably going to be hot out.
Yeah, having
you know, and stuff like that.
To be able to collect water, having stuff to be able to purify water is a good idea.
Yeah.
Having a vessel to boil water.
Yeah, like if it's a flood-prone area, it might be, you know, during stormy season or during the springtime, right? When, like, the river overruns its banks or whatever and stuff like that, right? So, all right.
Yeah, Venerable Owl has a point here. Sometimes bugging out is the best thing to do, but everyone needs an emergency action plan in place.
Yeah,
and I agree with that.
And keep both options available on the table, you know, because at least then you can at least make the choice, right? Yeah. When you only have one option, you only have one option. At least when you have two options, at least you can still choose and be like, okay, let's make a judgment call here. All right, that's the time for me. All right, I got to slide.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right.
Theo. Yep, I'm going to get off as well. I'm going to get off.
Take care, everyone.
Take care,
later, Steve.
Thanks for
Bye.
stopping
Take care.
Later.
I'm going to get off in a couple of minutes as well.
Okay.
Yeah. No problem.
But yeah, I'm beginning to think that a bug-out bag should have another set of clothes. You know, not just for underwear sort of socks, but another pair of trousers, another shirt, another jumper, another, you know, a spare jacket even. Maybe have.
This is where issues start to come in, though. Like I said, there's only so much stuff you can carry on your back.
No, I was going to say, as opposed to having sort of gadgets, having tools. I was thinking more of, because clothing, you know, if you just got one set of clothing, you know, it's not easy to make that in nature just like that.
No, it's not.
So people sort of go, yeah, I've got my axe, got my knife, got my other knife, I've got my torch, got another torch, got batteries, I've got solar this, and the initial stuff, you know, like, you know, okay, having some water, a water filter, having a way of making fire, having some shelter is all right. But I'm just saying, instead of having loads of gadgets, having less gadgets and perhaps another set of clothes.
Yeah, I guess for my bags, like I said, I don't really have any Bugout bags. If I got anything, it's get home bags. But I kind of go heavy on water and heavy on food because you know I have no idea how far I'm going.
Yeah, food, water, shelter, and food, water, shelter, and fire.
Hey, Huga. Good to see you again, CB.
Yeah, like I said, the issue that people are going to run into, and I guess this be more or less unless you practice on a regular basis. You know, doing mock drills, exercising with your equipment. Like I said, the issue is that you're going to find yourself bogged down with a lot of crap. Like for me, probably going to have maybe 2 or 3 changes of underwear and socks, and maybe a single change of clothes. And like that might seem like very little to people, or it might not, seem like enough, but it's just like somewhere, you're going to be uncomfortable. You're going to have to make a sacrifice somewhere.
Yeah, I was thinking something like the city set up, and then sort of a camo for the forest setup. If I have to go into the, what little forest we have over here, so like having sort of 2 sets or maybe 3 sets, maybe have 1 set stashed away, and I was thinking as well, everyday carry. A lot of times we've got stuff on us as well, so we wouldn't need to have the other stuff in the Bugout bag, the same stuff as well. So it's a balance. I'm just saying it's a balance. I mean, there's only so much gear we can have. I mean, I tend to go heavy because I'm used to carrying heavy. I train. Like
I said, and that's probably the difference between you and everyone else, and it's probably the difference between you and me, because I don't really do a whole lot of training. I just don't have the opportunity to. But like I said, the average person, like I said,
you can.
Well, I mean, even for us,
you can actually. All you have to do is if you have a backpack on, it doesn't necessarily have to be your Bugout bag, but you can get these. You can get these different kinds of weights, from weights that you can put on your ankles, from weights that you can put on your waist, and all different types of weights. And you can just even just every day, as you go about your work, as you go about your stuff, you can just carry these weights even in a backpack, and you'd be surprised what you can do. You don't have to,
So basically, walking around wearing a backpack with weights in it as you're performing your daily task or something like that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
That's the unconventional way of doing that, but I guess I don't see why that wouldn't work.
Why not? I used to.
That's what I'm saying. I don't see why it wouldn't work. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying it's unconventional, but
You might get people that are like doing ups delivery, and all of a sudden they get a parcel and then they're running up to the door. All these little exercises, there's loads you can, I when I train with like weights in my backpack, I then go and do 10 push-ups with the weights. I'm like, get down, give yourself 10. I have the tiger playing, dun, 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 Well, and I'd just be like 10 push-ups with the weights on, and then do another sort of kilometre walk, and then another 10 push-ups. I might see a park bench. Right, I'm going to do 10 push-ups on that with the weights on my back, and you feel great after. All right, sometimes people think, training's hard work, and but you can make it fun as well. You know, you can make it sort of fun. You don't have to do it every day. You can do just like 1 or 2 days, or 1 day, and then another day just leave it and do it another day. But then what I found is when you get used to it, you can then add a bit more weight, and then you go around again, and then you just put a bit more weight, and then you go around again. All of a sudden, you're carrying the weight. Wow, I didn't know I can carry that much for that long and that far. And then, you know, if you break that cycle, it's like what Guardian says on his channel. You can go through stages where you don't train, and you feel bad. You feel bad because you've seen what you can achieve and what you can do, and then you've just let yourself go. You know, it's like, and then you know you have to get back into it again. It's like, oh no, I've got to go through that grueling. My ankle's aching, my shin's aching again because I haven't done it for a while.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So keeping it consistent, it's like PBs, like, you know, like, right, today I'm going to do, today's leg day. I'm going to do 500 of them and 600 of them. And wow, in 5 minutes. Like, no, I'm only kidding. But, you know, just having a little kind of little routine.
I mean, years ago, I used to professionally move people's furniture for a living. You know? So I got pretty good where I could lift, you know, sofa sectional by myself towards the end there. And like I said, usually that's something you'd want 2 people for. So like I understand, you know, the idea, the concept behind all that.
Yeah, moving can be like, you know, it can be very interesting, very it's a bit, you know, awkward sometimes. And I had this sofa and I just couldn't get it through to my front room. And in the end, I gave up. It's in the basement. It's been in the basement for the last 10 years.
Don't you Brits over there call them settees?
Settees. Yeah. I haven't heard that for a while.
Yeah. But yeah, well, like I said, when I'm thinking about, like I said, when I think about the bug out bag and stuff like that, and gear, again, I'm not faulting anybody if they want to try to train or anything like that. Okay, you do what you think that you needs to be done. Okay, and I'm not dissuading you from it. But like I said, there's another character that I watch from time to time. I like to watch some of his older videos they posted like 10, 12 years ago. The guy's name is Nothing Fancy. But he's, you know, like I said, he came up with this abbreviation. Well, I don't know if he coined it or not, but I heard it from him. He called it SAWC, size and weight constraints, you know, and that's, you know, like I said, the shit starts get real, you know, when you're putting it all on. You're bearing the brunt of everything. And then, like you said, we were talking about with furniture, you know, how it gets kind of interesting trying to move that stuff.
Yeah.
You realize, oh man, it's not as easy to go through doorways and stuff like that, or maneuver through what would be, you know, something that I would normally not give a second thought to when I'm not wearing a bag. I'm not saying that one can't overcome that or get used to it. I'm just saying, you know, SAWC.
I've seen that in some army training, like, you know, they say to you, right, I watch these videos where they're sort of saying, okay, you're going to do a 15-mile march today with full gear on, and at some point someone's going to give you an extra sort of 5-gallon bucket or 5-gallon bottle of water to carry. And then, okay, so they start running along, and then all of a sudden they start giving out these containers, and then next minute they're giving them a little log as well, a log of wood. And they're giving them all these kind of things along the way to happen in different scenarios. Right, this guy has got a broken leg now. He needs you 2 soldiers. You need to sort of help him along now. So they're doing their march. They're carrying injured people. They're carrying water containers. They're carrying logs. Yeah. And they just sort of train them to sort of expect the unexpected. You know, you don't know what's going to happen, and you know, and there's different things that might happen along the way. They might have to start helping injured people. Next minute, they've got to start carrying extra ammo or what have you, just to get them. You know, you're already uncomfortable because you're carrying all your gear. You're like, oh gosh, we've got to carry all this gear all this way.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a lot there, and like I said, I don't envy any of the Army vets or the Marines that I used to associate with back when I was going to line school to be a lineman apprentice, and they were talking about the gear they'd have to march with when they were doing field exercise training. Like guys having to carry around extra batteries, like something stupid as like extra 9-volt batteries and like, different surveillance equipment and different, just crazy gear on top of their, and like this is gear on top of their normal, like 70 or 100-pound packs they're carrying plus their own weapons.
Right, I'm going to be getting off as well.
All right.
Thank you, Shadow, for having us on the chat.
You're very welcome. It's always
right.
a pleasure to have you guys.
I'm glad to talk to you, Dory Love.
Good talking to you too, brother. And take care out there. Take care out there, Shadow.
Yeah, well,
And, everybody in the chat as well. And
let me know if you decide that you're gonna visit the States sometime.
Okay. Oh, thanks very much for that. Yeah, I will do.
All right.
I'd love to visit the States. It's an amazing place, and but more the countryside than the cities.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's true, Hugo.
Take care, Shadow.
God
Thanks
bless.
a lot.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Good night, Josh.
All right. Yeah. Now it's just us.
Yeah. Well, I think I will wrap things up in 4 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I ain't got a whole lot else to talk about.
No, usually, the longer you run a stream, the more difficult it turns out what you're going to talk about.
Yeah. Well, like I said, right now the viewers are dropping off at the moment. We only currently got 8 people watching.
Yeah.
I've still got 2 more hours of driving. Well, actually, 2 more hours of driving left. So.
Yeah. Where are you heading?
I'm heading to my house right now. Like I said, I left El Paso, Texas at like 1 in the afternoon, and like I said, I'll be at my house about 8 o'clock tonight. So, like I said, I got 2 more hours of driving. I already told my boss, like I said, I'm going to be swinging by my house because I got stuff I got to drop off. Since they're wanting me to work Saturday. That's why I told them, hey, send me up to El Paso so that way I can swing by my house on the way back. Yeah. That was an interesting topic. Like I said, I'm not sure how.
Venerable.
I'm not sure how I would do a bug out exercise again with my family because again, my parents they're both in their 60s.
Yeah.
Well into their 60s.
Yeah, and they probably have their own health issues and things like that.
Yeah.
Electric just went out. Storm right now. Okay, CB.
Yeah, about the only thing that kind of crosses my mind if anybody's going to be bugging out foot for any reason be if any of these predictions that like suspicious observers have made come true.
Yeah.
You know, about the pole reversals and any sort of CMEs that come off of the sun. You know, like the X-class solar flares everybody talks about.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's one of the things that's kind of making me rethink some of my plans. It's like, man, I was worried about EMP, but you know, when I learned a little bit more about these X-class solar flares, these CMEs, it's like, dang, make EMPs look like child's play.
Oh yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Well, we just hit the 4-hour mark, so now I think I'll wrap things up now. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, you're very welcome. I mean, well, I'll see you next week, same time, same channel. I know you guys changed your time 1 hour.
Yeah.
And we changed our March 30, so we are a little bit behind you guys.
Yeah, we did our time change about a week ago.
So, yeah, that's all for today, guys. And I appreciate every one of you guys. You know that. And thanks for watching, too. And now we